Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to season 2, week 1, day 2 of the Blue Otter Premier League. I am Chung Somo, and I'm joined by Isaac filling in for Bully this week. Isaac, how are we doing today?
I'm doing all right. We're bringing to you for this. Oh, wait. Ah, funny transitions. There we go. Caught me off guard. We're bringing you a matchup. The first Thursday is between High Alert and Dorado Gaming. Not Chung Solno. I know you, the regular caster here for Blue Water Premier League. So we start out between these two teams. Just, could you give us a little bit of a rundown what we might expect between High Alert and
Yeah, I
Dorado?
mean, Dorado's definitely going to be an interesting team to look at. They made a couple of changes with their roster. Most notably, I think everybody has been taken out except for Bear, their top laner, whose name changed to Osa, and then Verja, their AD carry, is the only one to stick around. They picked up some well-known players around the scene of like picking up Trad in the jungle, and then some new players I really not too familiar with Reaped in the mid lane and Laos Hu in the bot lane as the support. So really interested to see how this goes and how this team works out. Well, like on the side of Dorado, the only player that's come back on this team is Walk Warlock, and he's back in the top lane instead of playing jungle. But they have like a well-known AD carry of Pola, so it's going to be interesting to see what Dorado looks like this season as well.
Let's start out the draft immediately. These two teams often go straight for ADC and their junglers. I think Senna is a bit of an interesting one to pick up this early on, especially as the B1 pick for High Alert.
Yeah, I mean, B1 Senna isn't at like the pinnacle of power that she used to be, but like still a pretty solid AD carry in her own right. It just really doesn't hit as hard in the late game as it does, just because it does take a little bit longer to get all of those souls that you need for that bonus range, but still very strong. And then pairing it with like Jarvan Ari, Senna works good with people who want to dive just because that ultimate has that full map coverage. While the side of Dorado, they're playing much more front to back with like the Varus Victor, and then now they have the Trundle in the jungle, who is such a strong jungler and has been for a while. So really like seeing that one being picked up.
And meanwhile, as we move through the second phase of ban, supports are going to be targeted immediately. The Braum, the Tom Kench, and Thresh when you taken away in quick order here. And a bit of an interesting set of bans. You don't necessarily see too much a Thresh and Tom Kench in the support role these days. And Braum's also been hit with some pretty significant nerfs to the armor as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Braum nerfs are very large, but I mean, I still think he is as strong as he has always been, even with the armor nerfs to him. That's really the only thing that's changed about him in the recent patches. So Braum is still like probably the best support in the current meta, in my opinion. But like Tom Kench banned by Dorado, I like that one just because Senna Tom Kench, it is such an annoying bot lane to be able to kill. They kind of just get to sit there and absorb any type of pressure that needs to be picked up for the team. But the Thresh ban and the Nautilus ban are definitely interesting. Just I know that Nautilus is like one of those feast or famine champions, but the support for Dorado, I'm just gonna refer to them as Sam. They're also in-game name is a high cat. But he is a Thresh player, so I'm not surprised to see that one actually banned away from him. But definitely going to be interesting to see what he pairs with the R5 support, because he does play a lot of Xerath in solo queue. So really curious to see what Dorado decides to round their comp out with. And then High Alert getting him Leona. This is a very stock standard draft here out of High Alert in game number 1.
Yeah, no real surprises from High Alert, but I do actually kind of like this Renata hover. Of course, immediately as I say that, but I mean, Renata obviously very good into a lot of those competitions that want to dive at you, especially what High Alert has gone with so far. Obviously, no longer hovering it, maybe perhaps moving away from it, as Nico is going to be the lock in instead. So instead, opting for more of the ranged support into the melee matchup to allow for the push very early on for Dorado's bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's good for the lane. I think for the team comp, the Nico is just okay. I think I would have liked to see a much more like beefier front line because like you have like pseudo tanks in the Trundle and the Aatrox. Otherwise, your team is very squishy and vulnerable to the dive that High Alert has drafted. I think I much more would have liked to see an Alistair for the team composition just because he can provide that much needed peel for the Victor, the Varus, and also gives you the engage option, while Nico is kind of just hoping to go and get that multi-man Pop Blossom and then the Chaos Terrain. But if High Alert catches them out beforehand, it's just really hard to play the Dorado draft. And High Alert has a lot of safe options and a pretty highly mobile team with the invested J4 and Ari. Senna's really the only one lacking like the super mobility compared to the rest of the draft of High Alert.
I will say though, opting for that Nico in the bot lane, Senna definitely does lack a lot of power. I think the option to go over to the Nico is more of, I guess, kind of a statement that they think that they could win this one early and really push out this lane to be basically useless if the game does go quickly enough. Obviously, Senna notoriously does scale forever, especially as soon as she hits that 100 souls mark is when it becomes untenable. But I do think that if Dorado Gaming can use this pressure in the bot lane as well to completely displace High Alert's bot lane and then basically use that extra advantage to turn that into objectives and a strong gold lead. I do see what Dorado are going for.
Yeah, I'm just really curious to see how these two drafts are going to play out on the Rift, just because they kind of are the two separate identities of team fighting. While like they both want to play front to back, High Alerts is more divey, while Dorado is much more stock standard. So definitely going to be interesting to see how both of these teams play with their changes and what they look like coming in here into week 1 of the BOL Premier League.
We'll have to wait and see what High Alert and Dorado Gaming can do to take game 1, but until then, we're going to send it to a spectator delay, so don't go anywhere.
such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and sing for the beats. She'll never be back, just whistle.
And we have loaded onto the Rift for Game 1 between High Alert and Dorado Gaming, continuing this Week 1 of Blue Otter Premier League. And straight away, neither team's looking for anything too exciting at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, some other interesting things here. It looks like Wak Warlock is playing jungle in week number 1, and Trouble Killer is subbing in just because Dorado, doesn't have a rostered jungler here in week number 1 because the jungler they were going to play with this season had ranked out. So definitely going to be interesting on that one. And then on the side of High Alert, it looks like Trad is also not here for week 1. So Envoy is subbing in the jungle as well. So really interesting to see how the jungle dynamic plays out for this. But everybody else is in their intended roster spots here.
Yeah, a lot of expected regulars. Good way to start the league season so far, especially as Rep gets a nice little orb of deception in there, starting out slight damage advantage. Love to see that from these two. But we move in, I think we just want to take a more of a general overlook as to what we could expect coming here in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the side of High Alert, their bot lane is just going to play for scaling, while the side of Dorado, they're just going to look to be shoving in this wave and looking for poke at any chance they get. You can see Verja is already below half HP at this point in the lane, but once he gets, he's got to not walk up to get Q trades onto champions as much as he could just look to Q through waves. And yeah, this is what the Varus and Nico bot lane does, but it's also going to be the on-hit Varus, not the lethality variant. So the poke damage is high thanks to the early levels and just stat sticks that the Varus does have. But in the later game, it's going to be much more about those auto attacks. So Verja won't be feeling the pain as much come the later game when he is like in a lane farming up against this Varus. But all the other lanes, it's going to be a lot of just like farming up and scaling. Like Victor wants to get to 2 items and scale a little bit. Ari wants to get that first item. His Wraith actually almost goes down to Yo-Yo's in the mid lane.
Okay, hold on. Yo-Yo's getting repped very low. Probably going to force a recall from the Ari and get the teleport out early on.
Yeah, and the other big thing that's interesting to me is the junglers pathing towards bot lane. I thought they would want to path towards the top side into that Ambessa Aatrox matchup that is much more volatile. And these two champions, if they get a significant early lead through getting like 1 to 2 kills and getting a lot of waves crashed and unable to be responded to, they can take over games. We've seen it so many times before throughout countless leagues of how much an Ambessa or an Aatrox can do once they do get a significant enough lead. So kind of surprised to see the junglers choosing not to go towards that top side of the map.
And early on, Trouble Killer's off to a slight lead, but move over straight into the bot lane. Verja taken very low as Laosu goes in to prevent Verja's death, but will instead also trade a large chunk of their own health bar.
Yeah, this bot lane of Verja and Laos are really, really struggling down here. They're trying their best to stay in this lane for as long as possible just to soak XP. but we saw that Envoy path towards the bot side and then immediately pathing up for this top crab. No relief coming for his bot lane here. So really going to be struggling down here, Arversia and Laos. But maybe something can be done on the top side.
And as the continued pressure builds in this bottom lane, I feel like a piercing arrow or an enhanced piercing arrow could be enough to take down either Versia or Laos, who is they're pushed even further off the wave from their tower once again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a gank did come out from Envoy in the top lane because Trouble Killer did end up having to burn that flash and TP back to lane. So I think after that Scuttle Crab was taken, it was just a quick path up the top to try to get a drive-by gank and see if anything could be done to get first blood for his team here. But the CS advantage in bot lane, Pola is up 20 CS over Versia because of the poke that has been coming out from them. So it is just really looking rough down here for the side of High Alert. Otherwise, it's pretty much even across the board. You see that Oso is just down a little bit of CS now just because Trouble Killer was able to TP back and get a larger wave.
Envoy's going to try to launch a gank here. Trades a flash in the mid lane just to avoid the charm from Rept.
Yeah, I mean, flash for flash, that's what you have to try to go for. As Rept, I mean, you could have had Envoy go for the flag drag flash combo onto Yo-Yo's after he does flash, but Rept was the one willing to burn the flash early, because once he does hit level 6 and he does get access to that Spirit Rush, he can still now just look for the solo kill onto Yo-Yo's if he ever does misstep in this lane. So I do like that play out of the side of High Alert, but maybe if, you know, Envoy was the one who flashed, you could have had that first blood there. But looking around now, once again, at these CS advantages, it's still just Pola having complete domination of this bot lane. Versia feels like he can't step up and touch a wave anytime that he wants to, while top lane is basically evened out for the most part. You just have Trouble Killer, who is level 6 now, but Oso does hit level 6 at the same time.
The pull back from the infernal chains from Trouble Killer could have been a potentially dangerous, especially as Trouble Killer has hit that level 6, does have access to the World Ender. Q1 lands, Q2 hits Oso, Q3 won't quite follow up, but Oso is in a troubling spot.
Yeah, I feel like if Trouble Killer had flash, he would have been much more aggressive there, probably popping the World Ender and looking for that Q3 and looking for the just all-in solo kill onto Oso there, but just playing it a little bit more patient as bot lane now.
To the bot lane, Laos, who will opt to go in, but Verge a bit too close to Hayakat, who will land the Q and get a few pops of it onto Verge, who's now very low. The dives come through. Warlock on target. This Senna, but under tower, stunned up by Laos, who has nowhere to go. That's first blood going to High Alert.
I don't know what Walk was thinking. I'll hold that thought as top lane.
Straight up to the top lane. Envoy's trying to find a gank, but the flag and drag not going to find Trouble Killer now with the World Ender popped. Healing back up, feeling all right as a result.
Yeah, I mean, both Oso and Envoy had the potential of falling down there in the top lane to Trouble Killer, who did hit that, you know, just pops the World Ender for the trading patterns and really doesn't lose a significant amount of HP. But that dive in the bot lane was not it. Warlock, the wave was coming in, but he runs in before the minions start taking aggro, so he immediately starts drawing turret aggro, and then Laos Hu literally just stuns him under turret for free. There's nothing to come out from that.
We've got a development building in the top lane. Envoy and Oso could be in trouble. Flag drag away from Envoy after Warlock takes that decent chunk at him with the little bite there, but not quite going to be able to follow up on it.
Yeah, I mean, nice counter gank there by Warlock to make sure that Trouble Killer was okay, and now he's going to be able to push in this wave and get his reset off and not lose too much. But I mean, there should never be a world where you have a wave coming in as Dorado when you go for a dive and then your jungler dies because he just draws turret aggro way too early. That was a blunder for a bot lane that was hard smashing. Now Pola and Hayakat, like, yeah, they have the CS advantage, but now Vergia is kind of back in this game thanks to getting that assist. It's better that the kill did go on to Laos Hu and not onto Vergia, so gotta feel like okay about that in the most part, but that should be something that never happened, as now with the Void Grubs, we can see started up here by Envoy on the mini-map, and a collapse is starting to come out from the side of Dorado, but Yo-Yo's could be the one who is pinched with no flash.
None of the grubs have been taken just yet, but all 3 members of the top half of the map are here on both sides of Hylert and Dorado. First one has been picked up by Dorado and Walk Warlock, but doesn't look like either of these teams are going to push their luck any further.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are just going to be walking away from this objective. Envoy was like trying to set up for a potential play, but was sitting on a ward. So the side of Dorado knows that like he's there. There's no potential for anything to come out from the spot that he's in. So feeling okay just to take away that first Void Grub, and then could potentially look at them at a later point, as I think Envoy's just dead here.
Envoy's in a load of trouble, and that will be Walk Warlock picking up the kill onto the Jarvan as they attempted to try to contest these grubs, but without Envoy, that's going to be the rest going over to the side of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy kind of just hangs around in the area for far too long because his team wasn't willing to fully commit for a contest for it. He's kind of just like floundering in the area looking for anything to do. And then Walk Warlock just wraps around, uses that ultimate on to the Jarvan, steals away the little bit of resistance he does have, and then just basically one-shots him with a chomp. And I'm pretty sure canceled him out of the EQ combo with his own pillars. So really well played by Walk Warlock there after his early blunder. Gets the Void Grubs for his team, so that's both early neutral objectives to the side of Dorado. So looking on their way to be able to claim that feat of monster slaying for themselves here in game number 1.
Yeah, obviously the fancy boots do help a bit. Arguably a bit of a win more kind of situation, but if you're looking at the side of Dorado Gaming, especially in that bot lane, that's something that Dorado wants to get early on, something that they can use fully to help turn this game into a bit more one-sided. That's been a little bit slow so far, but in the early portions of it, Dorado Gaming had built himself up about a 700 gold lead, but we got an all-in on the top lane. Trouble Killer will pop the World Ender, and Oso is the target. Won't quite hit the Q1. Q2 will find its way onto Oso, and that's a solo kill for Trouble Killer.
Yeah, Oso just taking a lot of damages in these trades from the minions, but I'll hold that thought.
From Envoy and Warlock is nearby. Pop Blossom comes down, picks up 2. Laos, who could not be long for the world, but is very tanky on this island. Teleport down from Yo-Yo's, gets the kill, gets the feats for the side of Dorado, and that's going to be a clean teleport gank and answer from Yo-Yo's and Dorado as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, just a really well played there, especially by a high cat, just like using that clone play to be able to sneak in and get the double stun onto Envoy and onto Vergia, while Laos Ho went through onto Pola with the Zenith Blade and then didn't get to do anything just because Pola has cleanse, has flash, just is able to get out of that situation. So the bot lane play was attempted there by High Alert to help out his own bot lane, but just not able to get it done because Walk Warlock was also there for the counterplay. Reap didn't have TP in the mid lane while Yo-Yo's did, so able to just TP down and get this victor ahead in this matchup. So looking real good for that one. You want this Victor to be involved with stuff early to get those ability upgrades, to start being able to be that late game carry threat alongside Apola on this on-hit Varus, which is much more about the team fighting in comparison to the Lethality one that is looking for big pokes before anything does start up around the neutral objective.
Walk Warlocks here once again, but Voyager and Laosu should be able to get out of there in time as they do. But if there is any consolation for the side of Hylert after that bot lane play, it's that Vergia was able to complete his static shiv on recall, which is a very important point in time for this Senna to be able to be just that much more comfortable to be able to clear these waves and alleviate some of that pressure that Pola and Hayakat do create.
Yeah, I mean, Vergia is even on items with Pola just because the nature of Static Shiv being less money than the Blade of the Rune King, but also both AD carries went for the free boots in this game, so not having to, spend that 300 gold to be able to get to their first items a little bit faster, as there is a lot of action being looked up here on the top lane on the Trouble Killer. Envoy stole away the grubs, but Walk Warlock's here, so they're not going to be having to look for a gank or anything like that. We're getting close to the Rift Herald spawn, about a minute away from that.
Oh, but the Chains of Corruption drop and the Pop Blossom doesn't quite find Verja, but he's very low to start off this fight. Pola will also take a decent chunk of damage in return. Dawning Shadow takes a really large chunk out of Pola and Hayakat as the damage finds its way onto both of them. And actually, this engage from the side of Dorado doesn't quite go their way.
Yeah, the Tangle Barbs on the back end there out of Nico, out of the Hayakat, literally saved both Pola and himself because Verja was able to start doing actual damage. If he didn't get rooted up, he would have had the angle to look for the double kill down there. But while we were watching that play in the bot lane, a gank came out in the top lane. I'm not sure if it was a gank by Warlock or a counter gank, but they were able to pick up both Oso and onto Envoy. So the side of Dorado looking really good. They got both the Dragons and the Void Grub, and then also the first 3 kills. So they were able to claim the full feats of warfare for themselves. And like you said, it is just a win more thing because you're already ahead. You're already expected to get the boots and these advantages. So able to just continue the lead that you have when you do get to upgrade these boots later in the game.
Yeah, and Dorado Gaming have played this early game. Well, it's almost perfectly. Obviously, the little mishap from Warlock early on is a long forgotten memory for the side of Dorado Gaming. Now sitting up nearly 4K gold, 15 minutes in. It's a very advantageous position for themselves to be in, sitting on those boot upgrades as well. We'll really hope them look to start to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, and it kind of also feels like Envoy on this drive-in just really hasn't gotten to do anything this game. It feels like the side of Dorado. I hold that
this
thought.
Might be the moment that high alert need. Pola will be charged, shut down, gun picked up from Envoy. A Hayakat going to have to flash out of the Cataclysm to get away, but they just might try to continue this dive a little bit more. Rep does have one last charge of that Spirit Rush. Should they try to use? Should get vision onto Hayakat right there. The charm goes past the clone, but the Orbit Deception doesn't quite find its way back. All the while, that will give the time. Rift Herald needs to be taken by Dorado Gaming, but is to kill onto both members of the bot lane as Flag Drag comes into the mid lane in the 2v2. But there's not a lot of damage available for this combination. Envoy taken very low. The pillar going to slow up Laos, who is the new target. Not quite going to kill either, but it calls. Oh, the public execution lands onto Yo-Yo's. Oso trying to find the kill on the back end as the counter, but it's a little bit too ambitious from Oso. But doesn't quite go down. No kills either way so far, but Trouble Killer will look for this dive under the tier 2 tower. Flag drag forward with the shielding will mean that Envoy is all right for now, but the mid lane tier 1 is going to be picked up by Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, that attempt of a 2v2 was not smart by the side of High Alert. You're Jarvan Leona. You do not outdamage a Trundle and a Victor in any scenario whatsoever. And then Oso comes down, hits the public execution onto Yo-Yo's, which might have not been the smartest play in the world. He had the burn flash to be able to just survive there. But now because of that rotation play where 3 members lose so much HP, yes, you did get the first turret for yourself in the bot lane, but now you lose the Rift Herald, you lose mid lane tier 1, you lose bot lane tier 1. So after a good play where you're able to get some gold back for yourself, you just immediately lose it, and Dorado just continues to sit in the driver's seat as now Dragon number 3 has spawned. It's going to be that Ocean Soul here in game number 1, and the side of Dorado, with the lead that they have and the way they've been playing after, like, yes, they did lose that play in the bot lane, but the quick mental to make the plays in the mid and in the bot lane with Polar just being down there farming away and hitting the turret for free, it is just looking like Dorado should continue this advantage that they have as Trouble Killer does take the top lane tier 1 with a little bit of assist of the Rift Herald.
Pillar goes up, Pop Blossom finds only the Leona, but meanwhile in the top half of this Dragon, Rept will get chunked down to half HP. That'll be soul point for Dorado, but Oso looking to move down south. Flag Drag only finds a clone, but Oso is on Yo-Yo's, gets the flash out of the Victor. The charm not quite going to land as the burn from Yo-Yo's picks up Rep. The in from Laos, who will be enough to save Envoy, but probably not himself, as he's not long for this world. Leona claimed by Pola, and it's going to be the 3rd member picked up by Dorado Gaming, and now the rest of High Alert are in full retreat after committing all 5 members towards this fight. Oso will he go down? Pola will be picking up that kill. 4 members claimed by Dorado Gaming, and all the while Trouble Kill is left alone in this top lane to push.
Yeah, it kind of just feels like game number 1 is over at this point. You just lost a 4v5 while Trouble Killer just split pushes 2 turrets for himself there. The side of High Alert were way too split on that dragon approach. Reaped was on one side while the rest of his team was on the bot side, so he gets chunked out way early in that play. And then the Chain of Corruptions and the Pop Blossom are used as an offensive defensive detest from the dragon. So even then, both Envoy and Laosu did lose a significant portion of their HP, so they're not really able to approach the dragon. And then once it's gone, the side of High Alert just decided to try to index in for something that they weren't in the proper position to be looking for. They were looking for aggressive plays in the enemy side jungle with bad HP bars, and then just end up getting super punished for it. I mean, Pola's got 3 kills now. Yo-Yo's gets his 3rd kill of the game on this Victor, and he got that kill on the Reaped without even having burn in his inventory yet. He doesn't even have the Blackfire Torch or the Leandri's Torment completed yet. He just has that Roa with 6 stacks, and he has the Haunting guys and not even Tainted Ashes. So it might have been a turret shot that followed Reaped all the way back and was able to pick up that kill onto him. But overall, the way Dorado's been playing this game number 1, looking pretty good here in Blue Otter League. And this was a team that, like, myself, Storm, and Crewman were kind of a little bit low on, not sure what to expect. I kind of joked that said, like, oh, they are the worst team because they only have 4 players with not having a jungle on the roster. But, you know, we don't know the full
NACL buff.
Yeah, we don't know the full potential of this team without having, like, 5 players to look at. But, I mean, Zol must have paid them well enough to show up today with that nice NACL money that he's making now.
Oso is now the target, but the flag drag picks up too, and is the counter here from the side of High Alert. But to start this off, Rep's going to go down immediately. Trouble Killer is the target for High Alert. They managed to pick him up, but it was cost. The rest of High Alert are going down. Triple kill for Yo-Yos. That'll be 4 for 1 to the side of Dorado Gaming with Otacon on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Trouble Killer just lives for so long in that fight. He pops the World Ender, hits a lot of the sweet spots to be able to stay up for so long. Walk Warlock heals significantly well, too, on this Trundle. And then also Yo-Yo's with a nice TP in there. The Cataclysm kind of being used to Yo-Yo's advantage of just getting multiple ticks of that Chaos Storm across multiple members and picks up a triple kill for himself, while Polo on this on-hit Varus is just free-firing away in the team fight, basically untouched the entire time. So really well played once again by the side of Dorado. They're going to be able to pick up that tier 2 in the mid lane into Yo-Yos. Not needed to pick up the Otacon. So more gold going into the pocket of Dorado Gaming. High Alert, they keep looking for these plays, but they are just not coming up their way today. And it's looking more and more like there's got to be one play to be able to get back into this one. I'm just not sure what it looks like at this point.
Nearly 9K up for Dorado Gaming before the 4th Drake has spawned is definitely just a summary of how this game has gone so far for Dorado Gaming. They've played it near perfectly at this point in time. Speaking of that next Drake, it will be the potential soul for Dorado Gaming within the next 40 seconds. So all members of the side of High Alert have immediately moved towards this bottom half of the map, except for Oza, who does have that teleport, but Laos, who could be in trouble. Chomped, going to be stunned up by the solar flare, but hit by the chains of corruption. And now the Leona's not long for this world. Flag drag comes in, and that's going to be the 2nd member going down for a High Alert. They've committed a lot to be able to prevent this soul, but 10 seconds before it spawns, 2 members are down on the side of High Alert, and especially importantly, it is Envoy, so no smite available for High Alert as the soul point spawns, as Rep could also be in trouble once again. But as this Drake spawns, it'll be Ocean Soul for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I also don't like the way that High Alert played around that dragon. Like, Walk Warlock and Yo-Yos were walking into that bush, and you immediately saw Envoy run away and Laos who walk forward. So complete disconnect on what they were looking for in that play, and that just meant that both of them ended up going down because of the chase potential that is on this Trundle. Once he is level 13, and has this Trinity Force, the cooldowns are low enough where you basically get a full, like you get your frozen domain down, and then once it's expired, it's back up off of cooldown by that time. So you just have so much chase potential. And then the pillar is just so good into both Jarvan and Leona, who really can only escape with their like Jarvan with his flag and drag, but he can be canceled out of it with the pillar. And Leona can't escape. She only has a Xenoblade to go forward or kind of use it as a maneuver position to get into a spot to be able to try to escape. So I really like the way that Walk, besides the early tower dive, has been playing on this Trundle here.
Yeah, it's been a general clinic from a lot of the members of Dorado Gaming, now sitting up 17-4, hitting that Ocean Soul immediately as that fourth Drake spawns. It means that the situation for High Alert gets a little bit more and more untenable. They need to look to scale, but with the way Dorado Gaming is playing, that doesn't look like they'll be given the chance, as Laos Hu will be hit by the Chains of Corruption, will pop the Shield of Daybreak, but they're just so far behind, it's not going to keep them alive for much longer, as yet another kill goes over to the side of Dorado Gaming as Baron spawns in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Laos is still just sitting on brown bags. He is. I do not like this as a support. You need upgraded boots so desperately. It's like one of the two roles that I think you can't delay upgraded boots on. I think the other one is jungle. I think upgrading boots super early on both those roles, support and jungle, are so important. And we're 25 minutes in the game, and Laos just upgraded into the plated steel caps. I think in this game, personally, I think Swifties or Merc Trades are significantly better into the comp that Dorado has drafted. I get it, you're getting auto-attacked a lot by the Trundle and the Varus, but the CC that they also have is significant, where like Merc Trades would have been super impactful. But now with Baron in tow onto Dorado Gaming, they should just look to start cleaning this one up.
Yeah, Yo-Yo's is 3 levels over repped in the mid lane as a just example of how this game has gone for High Alert so far. I also think it was a bit interesting that repped stayed in that bot lane while all the members of Dorado were on that Baron, didn't opt to look for that objective bounty by taking that tier 2 tower. Instead, opt to move off it, but Yo-Yo's is going to be walking right into Rept, who doesn't really do all that much damage so far. Spirit Rush comes through, but immediately Rept is chunked while not doing much to Yo-Yo's, having to flash away. Will be all right. The burn will not quite picked up Rept so far, and so now it's Envoy and Laos Hu trying to find the kill onto Yo-Yo's. A lot of members committed towards this victor, and they will finally pick it up. It will be getting claimed by Laos Hu, but all the while the base has been opened up on the side of High Alert. And actually straight away it's going to be the move on to Oso. Polo will get that first kill. Verja has to flash away to prevent giving away a second top lane. Inhibitor will be picked up by Dorado Gaming as they're now moving onto their Nexus towers. First Nexus tower goes down. Second one isn't long for their time on the Rift. It's now getting picked up, and no matter what High Alert can do to slow this down, game 1 will be claimed by Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado just looked super good from the get-go. They just had the advantage in bot lane with Pola on this Varus and Hayaka on this Nico, and they just played around that significantly and phenomenally. I mean, besides the botch tower dive, it just was coming up all Dorado throughout that game. And then Yo-Yo's got that early roam down, and then also the TP play up to the top side where he gets that triple kill just set this Victor up to be one of the 2 carries on this team. And it kind of just felt like High Alert just were not on the same page at any point in this game. A lot of just like desynced plays and just missteps by multiple members on this team. And Dorado looking really, really good here in game number 1 of the start of the Premier League.
We'll have to see what changes High Alert can make in this short period of time before game 2. But when we come back, we will bring you that draft for game 2 between High Alert and Dorado Gaming, so don't go anywhere.
Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy?
And we are back for the draft of Game 2 here in Blue Otters Premier League. Dorado Gaming moving over to the blue side for Game 2. And straight away, interesting thing to note, Kane is going to be taken off the board by Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I'm curious if Trad is back. I have to go check Envoy's match history here to see if he is a Kane player, but that is definitely an interesting ban. And just clear up for some things, it's not like old Blue Otter leagues where it's automatic side swaps in between games. It is loser who does have side selection for every game, so the side of Hyler is choosing to go onto the red side here, and the Kane ban is there because I'm looking at Envoy's solo queue. He has 225 games of Kane with a 54% win rate.
That is definitely significant. And obviously not a champion that you just pick up as a counter pick. So taking it away definitely seems like a reasonable option. But interestingly enough, the B1 Cassante is not exactly something we see very often.
Yeah, that's also just a takeaway from Oso. That is his best champion by far. So I do like that idea here out of the side of Dorado, but immediately Renekton is responded as the counter pick into that one. And then a Misfortune blind here. I mean, if I'm Dorado and I hate this champion, and everybody knows I hate this champion, I'd be locking in Braum immediately.
Yep.
Like there would be no question in my head. I would not think about, ooh, what are we picking here? The just you slam Braum and then you decide later, because that is like the counter to Misfortune. There's like anything that has a way to cancel her from long range or the Braum shield is like the counter to her. And now you have Ashe Braum, who is such a powerful 2v2 bot lane. It's going to be hard for this Misfortune to really get a footing in this lane, known for having that power of the early level. Is going to be difficult against the Ashe Braum. Karma will help that out a little bit, but Karma doesn't really help your team comp at all at this point. It's just another 4-lane kind of pick.
Yeah, and well, I guess it makes a little bit of sense after what happened in that game 1, what Hyler might be doing and their mindset with how much Dorado Gaming won in that bottom lane. A significant portion of which came to how much like strength they had over Hyler's bot lane. And so I can see the move there, but Karma Misfortune, not exactly the most common bot lane duo, and in my mind's eye, I understand why.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see what Hyler does to round out this draft, because you have a lot of holes still left to fill here. You have no real engage on your comp. You have no front line. You have no late game scaling at all whatsoever. You have Renekton, Misfortune. Those champions fall off a cliff. So I don't know. A Mumu picked that gives you the front line and it gives you the engage, but it's also going to be difficult to play Mumu against Braum Ashe, who do pretty good into him. Even if you are stunned up, like, you can just kite back, and it looks like Dorado's going to go for more of that Frelordian synergy with the Sejuani hover here, but Zach is the lock-in here. Not a champion I was expecting, but great way to be able to cancel that Misfortune bullet time with Zach max range elastic slingshot landing on top of her. She can't really do anything about that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Misfortune struggles into are those champions with the dashes, champions that can be able to get out of her bullet time and interrupt her. And there are two really good ways to do that, drafted on the side of Dorado Gaming between the Zac and the Braum, as you have mentioned. But Mel will be the pick that rounds out the composition from Hyler. And I guess that's also another way that the Misfortune can struggle with the rebuttal.
Yeah, I think I liked the Hui pick more than I liked the Mel pick coming out here. But Mel rebuttal is going to be funny if, you know, Yo-Yo's clicks it at the wrong time and then gets hit by an Amumu bandage toss, because then it becomes a return to sender where you then use the bandage toss to fly into your death. I mean, last week I saw that on Aegis cast where Mel reflected a Zenith Blade and then immediately went into 5 members of the enemy team. So definitely gonna have to make sure you're not doing that at that wrong time. And then Vigar is the lock in here for the side of high alert on that R5. Hey, I said they have no late game scaling. Vigar is their late game scaling, but I'm gonna be honest, I do not like this draft at high alert whatsoever.
At the very least, the side of high alert, I see what they are doing. There's a lot of setup for this misfortune between the Event Horizon, Curse of the Sad Mummy, and with the multiple ways to layer that. Obviously, you talk about Braum, the Unbreakable does stop it, but it only lasts for so long. And having multiple options like that to then set up the misfortune after that goes down could be an avenue that High Alert finds to be able to get the full effectiveness from this misfortune as one of the potential ways that they are looking to set this up as they have drafted so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the play for the misfortune style comp, but with what Dorado drafted, it feels like this misfortune is going to have a very, very rough time in this game. It's really going to come down to Vergier's positioning and when he chooses to actually use that bullet time. If he's trying to use it early to get a little bit of chip damage off, or if he's saving it for like later in the fight, even maybe after the Curse of the Sad Mummy has come out, once you get that Braum out of the fight, or the Zac or everything's on cooldown that can cancel it, and then you have the opportunity to open up with that ability. So it's really going to be interesting to see how High Alert plays out this draft. While side of Dorado, this is another very stock standard draft out of this one. This is another front to back team composition with Ash and Mel being your longer range DPS, and then everybody else being that frontline shield. Cassante Zac creating a little bit of chaos in the back line, while Braum is the support who just protects everybody.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Dorado Gaming can close this one out quickly, or if High Alert can use this sort of build around the misfortune comp to send us to game 3. But we're going to send it to a spectator delay, and so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 2 between High Alert and Dorado Gaming. And we are back and loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 between High Alert and Dorado Gaming. And straight away, we're seeing a bit of shenanigans from the side of Dorado, hoping to catch out Oso in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the composition to do it with Braum Ash, who are really good invading comp. It's really hard to get away from it, but now it's going to be onto Oso if he's able to respond. And he's AFK!
No.
He's AFK!
Oh, no! Oh, no. So we'll at least be able to flash away. Not going to be followed up on there, but no flash on the Renekton. Pretty significant cooldown is rep. I don't know if this is necessarily where you want to be. We'll get that Q down, start stacking up early, and won't be punished for it.
Yeah, also a big blunder there by Dorado. Oso was AFK, and they still went in and checked the brush. Didn't hit him with a Braum Q. No autos out of the Ash, so that was a free first blood that they just, like, straight up floundered on. I don't know what they were doing there. I don't know what the comms were, but that was not the play I was expecting to see. But Oso now with no flash could be the focus target here. I'd walk Warlock on some early ganks. You can see he's going to go for bot to top, so maybe that is the idea that they have intended to do since the get-go.
Yeah, and I almost found something interesting that I was in the movement from Walk Warlock was that when they cleared out that vision that High Alert responded with to get in the bot side jungle after sweeping it out, it looked like for a second that Walk Warlock moved to the top side and maybe trying to use that like slight vision that does remain to make it appear as if he was moving towards the top half of the map for that top half start, but instead decided to then after that move towards the bot side. So playing around vision there, trying to deny any amount of information to the side of High Alert as possible.
Yeah, but I also think if you were the side of High Alert and you know jungle timers, and I'll hold that thought as we're getting a gank.
Oh, flash forward, a High Cat won't quite land the Q onto Verja, but Laos who will just be the next target, doesn't even flash away, consigns themselves to oblivion as it's first blood to Dorado Gaming.
Yep, just a really good gank setup there by the side of the Dorado bot lane. I don't think Hayakat had the flash for that play to be a success at all, but still does it anyway and gets Virgia's flash in response. But first blood going on to Pola is really good for the side of Dorado. In a lane that they should already be winning with the Ashe Braum, they're just going to continue to accelerate that, and Pola should have a field day for himself in this game. Even on Ashe, who in later years hasn't had, you know, the best late game carry performances, but with some buffs to the late game damage output of the champion is one of the carries of the game again, instead of just that utility ADC after a certain point.
Yeah, the late game Ashe basically has her Q up permanently, which, you know, does help a lot for the damage potential of this champion. So take a look around the map, though. My eyes are immediately drawn to the mid lane so far, as Yo-Yo's has very quickly gotten off to his CS advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of expected out of Mel, just because you do have that execute on clearing away minions, but you're also fine with that as Reaped, as long as you're, you know, getting the last hits with your Q or your W, and even if you're not getting it with your Q, maybe a little bit of poke is going on to Yo-Yos to scale up that AP. So, not in the worst situation, just because you basically get free gold from your passive with just getting free AP, which is free stats. So, you look to just like continue to scale up, and is in a bit of a range and disadvantage is Reaped, so also kind of expected for Yo-Yos to have this CS advantage. Going to be pretty difficult for him to get away with CSing without losing a bit of his HP bar every single time.
Speaking of which, Rep did have to recall as his health was getting just that too much low there, but straight to the top lane. We have both junglers arriving. Oso's in trouble as his health bar gets very low. One more auto attack is actually not what's needed. Trouble kill flashes forward, but the next tower shot drops down to be able to trade this one back over. Now Envoy's trying to find the rest of the health bar of Walk Warlock, who now flashes away, but it's a great response from Envoy to be able to pop Zach into the passive, taking him very low, and that will be the kill going over to Envoy.
Yeah, I mean, Oso was out. I get Trouble Killer wanting to kill him in that situation, but I think if you hold Flash and don't go for that tower dive to get that kill, you're able then to just turn on to Envoy with Walk Warlock and able to get that kill. But now Envoy's got 2 kills. He has the CS advantage or in the jungle as well at this point. I'm pretty sure he's up 2, maybe more on the jungle item. I can't tell exactly.
A Hyacat will land the Q onto Laos, who is all that's needed to pick up the kill and claim the feats of warfare for Dorado Gaming.
All right, so a little bit of bot lane action there, able to pick up that kill for the side of Dorado Gaming, getting the feats of warfare, as you said, for themselves after what looked like it was almost guaranteed. Could have gone a little bit differently as we get a pause here. And yes, welcome to the Blue Auto Premier League. Pause Central here on Sundays, picking up where we left off last season.
Traditions.
Man, I'm not excited. I hope it's a quick one.
I name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. As we move along, importantly, this bot lane has definitely gone very well for the side of Dorado Gaming, picking up those early kills as well as getting Laos, who that kill onto Laos, who under tower specifically, meaning that they will miss out on that little bit more of experience for themselves. And as we take a look around, so now 6 minutes, Drake is up. Grubs will be arriving in short order as well.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Dorado should just look to take this early dragon with the advantage that they do have in their bot lane with Pola and a Hyacat. Already getting 2 kills, both onto Laos, who so should just look to play for early dragon stacking in this game. Doing grubs can be a little bit difficult into a Mumu just because he now has those 2 kills. He's on those Faded Ashes and is also just really good at innately taking them thanks to the tier crash downs being really useful for taking those void grubs. So I wouldn't be shocked to see the side of Dorado be willing to drop the void grubs this game, unlike in game number 1. But I can also see a world where if they're able to get the dragon fast enough and able to get the Braum up there with the Zac, Sante, and Meld, they could then look to contest for it. It just all depends on how they want to be playing this game out with the slight advantage that they do have here in the early game based off the early ganks out of Walk Warlock to both set up his top and bot lane.
At the very least, there is some form of respite. It is the fact that Envoy has picked up these 2 kills, and you know, Amumu does scale quite a bit, and getting over that little hump does mean he has that extra damage under his belt with the Faded Ashes in the inventory. But as we start to get underway, it is that jungle advantage is the only sort of lead that Hylert have available to them. Meanwhile, the rest of the map, it is very much Hylert favored.
All right, we'll have to see what the focus is here by both these teams as we get the classic little riot bug here of the pause after the pause, but should be back into it shortly as, like we said, Dragon is on the Rift. Void Grubs should be coming soon. So gonna have to see what the teams decide to play for. As we can see, Reaped has a tier in his inventory now. Could be building to that Thimberwinter build if that's what he does want to go for, or if it's something else.
Oh, the second bandage toss not quite going to find the flash follow of Yo-Yo's, but at the very least, it will in fact be Yo-Yo's with no flash on the Mel.
Yeah, and that can be very impactful. And now the early dragon is going to go to high alert, even with the advantage that was set up by the bot lane for Dorado with Walk Warlock being on the top side. It's just Yo-Yo's being in the wrong place, wrong time, has to burn flash. It's Oso, who's about half his health bar from a trade out of Trouble Killer. And now Yo-Yo's could die.
Will be able to stop that W coming down with the rebuttal. Not going to take damage as a result, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow won't quite land. Versha preemptively using the cleanse there, despite not being hit.
Yeah, very lucky that that does not end up hitting down there in the bot lane. Probably could have looked for a whole lot more. Because he did use that cleanse early now, could be in trouble if a Q ever does tag onto him, like we see tag on to Laos Hu there. But I mean, the way Pola has been playing this series so far, and then in this game, it's just looking like he is the better AD carry on the day. This is an AD carry who does have these really high highs where he looks like one of the best AD carries around, and then sometimes he just looks pretty average. So again, the better side of him here in this series here today, and you love to see that people playing to their highest potential.
But Trouble Killer will go all out to pull Envoy back, separate him from Oso for a little bit, and will be able to use that separate dash on the ult to be able to get out scot-free.
Yeah, Trouble Killer could just look to go back in onto Oso here, but doesn't want to fancy that at this point just
Warlock
because.
has arrived. Will use the Elastic Slingshot. Doesn't quite line it up correctly, though, for retreating Oso. But if Warlock still opting to stay around, perhaps trying to bait in another Elastic Slingshot. But it will instead, now with the lane swap from from Dorado Gaming, look to take the grubs.
Yeah, and it looks like High Alert has taken a recall, but they're not responding to the lane swap. You can see that Verja is running down bot lane here, even though they had the opportunity to also lane swap up to the top side if they wanted to. But they're going for it now, so I don't like this decision because they were already on their way to their lanes that they intend to go for. Now they're just going to be dropping more CS and time and XP. So Dorado gets the grubs, gets a little bit more of an advantage for themselves. Should be able to also pick up a plate here in the top side for Pola. So overall, Dorado is the ones winning on that one. Could look for a second plate if they do want to, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start to back off here.
Yeah, Verja and Laos who have arrived to collect this wave, but as we sit around hitting that 10-minute mark, it is still slight advantage to the side of Dorado Gaming, sitting up about 1.3k gold at this point. A lot of that is in this top lane, 1v1, or I guess now shifted over to the bot lane. Trouble Killer is sitting up 78 to 61 on the CS score there. As Oso now down to half health, opting to move in. The stun will land on the Pathmaker, but it just might be a little bit of a bait as Envoy is moving towards this bot lane. Oso now moving forward. Bandage Toss won't quite find Trouble Killer, but the second Prophet should surely come down as the Curse of the Sad Mummy drops, and Trouble Killer will be picked up by Oso.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a nice play there by Oso to bait that one in. Didn't have flash, so played it where he was just kind of being tasty bait and still had dominance in his back pocket, so was never really under a whole lot of threat from Trouble Killer there. But then Envoy just immediately runs down, helps out his top laner, is able to get a kill for him as well, which is going to be pretty impactful in this matchup because he is down that CS, is kind of struggling. And now another lane swap is coming out once again. I'm gonna probably see the TP here out of Oso back up to this top lane just to be able to respond to Trouble Killer quicker rather than later.
Move over. Speaking of teleports, Yo-Yos will opt to use the TP into the mid lane, meaning that there will be a short period of time in the future in which Rept will have teleport advantage over Yo-Yos, as well as Trouble Killer opting to teleport to the top lane. Means that despite how this game has gone so far, there is going to be that about minute and a half window in which Hyler will have access to both teleports that they could potentially use to find a fight and try to get their way back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this game is a lot closer than it was in game number 1. Dorado had the early advantage, but then the misplay around top lane has really given Hyler the avenue back into being able to still contest in this game. And with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, I don't think Dorado's...
As I mentioned that, Verge is going to have to flash away from the glacial fissure to prevent himself from dying there, so no flash on the Misfortune. And importantly, we move along as the next Drake spawns. 4 members of the side of Dorado Gaming are opting to stay around this Drake to be able to pick it up. So we look to see if Strong Sumo gets a return, but as the health bar of this Drake does slowly tick down, Envoy has arrived to try to contest Drake at 1.1k HP. Smite comes down, it's stolen by Envoy, and the bullet time comes over the top. The Curse of the Sad Mummy to pick up the kill onto Highcat. Warlock won't have much longer for this world either, but the target is Pola for the side of High Alert. And as this next bandage shot comes up, surely it'll be Verja getting kill on Pola.
Yeah, I don't think that the side of Dorado Gaming should have contested for that dragon just because they have no TPs, and it was TP advantage on the side of High Alert. Also, if needed, could have TP'd down to that bot lane, as we've seen TP to the top lane, knowing that the next objective is on the top side, so it doesn't need to have that in his Summoner Spell to his access anymore. But Dorado is kind of overstepping a little bit, and High Alert has been there to punish them so far this game.
Yeah, and for the first time, I'm going to say probably this series, it is going to be High Alert taking a gold lead here in game 2. Just a marginal one at this point, 1k at 14 minutes. Still nonetheless a very impressive mark, especially as Envoy sits 2-0-3 on this Amumu. Yeah,
and also Verja actually involved in this game. I think he was like 1-1-1 last game, but now sitting at 2-0-0 on this Misfortune, a champion that I was kind of not high on in the draft, but is making it work so far. Like I said, he's been waiting for the opportunities.
Will opt to move on to Rep, drops the ult, gets the kill onto the enemy Veigar, but Yo-Yo's going to be hit by the bandage toss. The jump forward from a Highcat was a bit of an odd movement from a Highcat, and so now Laosu surely going to get the kill onto Yo-Yo's, but it takes a lot of times. The Glacial Fissure knocks up both jungle support for the side of High Alert. Envoy is getting low. Envoy is now claimed by Pola, and it's going to be Laosu going to be stunned up by those concussive blows. The slows only can find its way onto Verja, pulled back together. Verja's now in trouble, getting very low. A Highcat will also pick up a kill, as it's a very clean fight from the side of Dorado Gaming, but the teleport from Rep drops. Can he find a kill onto any of these members, or is it Rep going down? This double kill is claimed by Walk Warlock. He will get, at the very least, get a Highcat.
Yeah, what a play there out of Dorado. First of all, Yo-Yo's living for so long there. Highcat kind of slightly misplayed and griefed his mid laner by running past the Amumu just to let him die. But then overall it turns into a positive play with Walk Warlock being able to get down there. And then Pola also getting to run up and is the, real winner of that one, picking up multiple kills for himself. And Reaped just TPs into his own demise. Yes, he is able to pick up that kill onto the Braum, but getting double gray screened in 30 seconds is not ideal as Veigar. You want to have as much uptime on the map as you can, just to be able to be getting all the stacks available to you. So overall, not ideal, as now the Rift Herald is going to be the focus from these teams. So we can see both of them starting to position.
The elastic slingshot comes in. Laosu on this Karma won't have long left to live, as Yo-Yo's auto attack will be picking up the kill onto the enemy support.
Yep, and that is the issue with playing ranged support sometimes, where if you are caught with no flash, you are just immediately a sitting bag of gold, and that is what happened to Laos there. Envoy able to get away and is A-okay with that, but now it is going to surely be the Rift Herald here, picked up by the side of Dorado Gaming, which means that both teams now will be sitting on 2 neutral objectives apiece. So it'll come down to this next dragon to see who is able to get that. And as I say that, it is a lie, because Dorado gets the first 3 kills, and then Pola picks up turret in the bot lane. That is feats of warfare to the side of Dorado once again.
Yep, going to grab those upgraded boots as a result. I don't think they're not going to be as impactful this time around, as Dorado hasn't necessarily ran off to a huge lead. They are setting up 2k gold now, and actually using those fights very effectively to swing this gold advantage, about 3k within just a few minutes. So it is still nonetheless power for the side of Dorado Gaming, and will help them out a little bit for these coming fights. Importantly, they will need it, as it is dragon stacking for the side of High Alert, as the Glacial Fissure won't quite find anybody, but neither will the bandage toss. A Highcat stuck in the event horizon, will be all right. Does bring a teleport out from Trouble Killer. And won't find much more. There is an option to deploy the Rift Herald here, as we do have the next Drake spawning in just a few seconds as it arrives now. Potential moments for Walk Warlock, maybe to pull pressure towards this mid lane to get the move onto the Drake. That's going to be the bandage toss from Envoy going just south of its intended target. And we're going to get a very tentative moment around here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the big thing is Hayakat with no Glacial Fissure. That is a big team fight ultimate not to have available to you anymore. Pola takes a nice chunk out, gets chunked out a little bit there by the bouncing bullet out of Vergia, as Oso looks for a little bit of something, but turret goes down. The Dragon's still not the focus out of these teams quite yet, as they're still positioning for the mid lane.
That will be the bullet time over top of the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and 2 early kills go to the side of High Alert. Double kill for Vergia, and as the passive of the Zac is popped, that'll be a triple kill for Vergia, as well as a 4-for-1 going to the side of High Alert.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy just hits the bandage toss and then is able to live long enough to get the Curse of the Sad Mummy and have it be a success for the team, because also where Vergia was positioned, there was no real threat able to come onto him. Hayakat was stunned up, so not able to get that Glacial or to get that Unbreakable Shield up to assist the team to reduce that damage that can come out of Vergia. So a really well played team fight there out of High Alert is going to put them onto Dragon Soul Point. And I think an item I would really love to see a Hayakat purchase this game is the Mikhail's Crucible, just to be able to cleanse yourself from the Amumu ultimate in case Vergia does rip that bullet time again, and then you're able to get that shield back up to defend the rest of the team during that time.
And it is still a Hayakat who does have that unbreakable. It is such a, I mean, it's an iconic ability. It does so much. Obviously, does mean that a Hayakat does have to be in position to utilize it effectively. Something that we haven't quite seen so far from a Hayakat. So the power is still in their hands, but perhaps a bit of an adjustment needs to be made in their style of play, as well as potentially you mentioned the itemization as well.
Yeah, I mean, lock it stock standard on these tankier, engagey-ish supports, but I mean, look, I hate playing Braum, but I understand how strong this champion is, and I don't think a Hayakat has been playing the best on the Braum, which is like funny to say when he is 1-3-7 and he has some clutch plays, but some of his position
goes up early. Envoy will now drop the bullet time Curse of the Sad Mummy. I got that in the wrong order, but the idea is still there. The combo drops. That'll be yet another kill going to High Alert.
Yeah, and he just got caught out. Pola was almost caught out, but a Hayakat is the one who suffers from it to save his 80 carry. That's the right play. Die for your 80 carry. You're fine with that, but it's another kill onto Vergia now. He's on that IEBT spike on this Misfortune. One more item, and then after that, Misfortune kind of just falls off a cliff in the damage output department. But, I mean, looking really good early here for High Alert. They have been playing for Vergia this game on this champion, and I really have liked to see that. But it's just going to be a question of if they can keep this up in the later game when this Misfortune does start to fall off. You need to start getting Reaped more involved and get him more stacks and more kills to be able to be that super hard late game carry.
Ooh.
Because both Oso and Vergia are going to be falling off soon.
It's going to be the move onto the Otacon from the side of Dorado Gaming, opting for very early, but Envoy has arrived alongside Laosu and Vergia. The teleports are dropping. This one's going to be contested. It's going to be a 5-man fight on both these teams. The stun will come from the Infinite Horizon. Trouble Killer drops down, waiting for the bullet time. There's so much interrupt from the side of Dorado Gaming. They start this one perfectly. Pola kiting back. Trouble Killer now gets the kill. It's Envoy. 2 early kills for the side of Dorado Gaming. Yo-Yo is going to pick that up as he flashes away. 3 kills now for Dorado. 4. That's going to be a clean ace for the side of Dorado Gaming, as well as the Otacon played perfectly there by Dorado Gaming, and Insane Pola as well.
I don't understand how Trouble Killer lived. I'll be completely honest with you. He TPs in to 5 enemy members, gets stunned up immediately, and still lives somehow in that team fight is absolutely crazy to me. But the rest of Dorado played that fight so well. Pola just staying just out of position of everything, just kiting back, getting as much DPS as possible as he can. Yo-Yo is doing exactly the same. And then Walk Warlock and the Hayakat doing a great job to make sure that Verja can never really get that bullet time off and ended up being a big impact in that team fight. I don't even think Curse of the Sad Mummy came out either. So just no real opportunity for High Alert to use their press R team comp to be able to get all that damage down. That might have won them that team fight just because of the Otacon resisted shred, but Dorado baited them into a play that was beneficial for them, and then were able to play it out to be able to make sure that it stayed that way, despite maybe a little bit of a disadvantage in the damage department at that point in the game.
We might actually be seeing another fight very soon. This next Drake is spawning in 40 seconds. Envoy does pick up the Scuttle Crab there. We'll get that extra vision in the river for the side of High Alert. But there's not going to be very much time, and it is an important one because it is that Soul Point Drake. High Alert sitting on the 3 Drakes themselves. Ocean Soul also such an influential one with the amount of killing it supplies. Envoy will go in. Curse of Sad Money and the bullet time will layer over the top. Version does so much damage to start this out, but it's not exactly the cleanest for the side of High Alert. They're still okay if they only found the 1 kill, and a lot of the strength from their combo is gone immediately. Luckily, these health bars are low. Yo-Yo's is spotted out and won't quite die, but he gets so much damage for his troubles, and now Trouble Killer goes all out, and the rest of Dorado Gaming follows cleanly. Double kills for Pola and Trouble Killer, and it's another clean ace for Dorado.
Yeah, Pola untouched in that team fight. Just got to rain down damage the entire time, and it just was not possible. Verja did get the bullet time Curse of the Sad Mummy combo off, but it was only onto Walk Warlock and a Hayakat, so it really wasn't as much as you wanted it to be. And then Yo-Yos and Pola are at that point where their late game damage or like mid game damage is super impactful, so they are able to make it work in that team fight. Yo-Yos doesn't fall down. Pola gets the free fire the entire time, and then Trouble Killer finds his opportunity to pick off Verja with that all out, pick up that kill, and then be able to still have that backline access. And most importantly, is Dorado stops the Dragon Soul from coming onto the side of High Alert, picking up the first one for themselves of the game. But now Baron is on the Rift. We are gonna have to be ready for another team fight here, Isaac.
We're going to get so many of these back and forth. As you mentioned, Baron is on the map. It's the only objective on the map for the next 5 minutes as well. And if there is something that I think maybe High Alert can do, I think High Alert doesn't actually want this Baron to be taken at all. They want things to kind of go quietly because they can leverage the pressure that they have on soul points to be able to split this objective, to be able to get Dorado Gaming into a bit of a troubled situation where they have to trade one of the objectives. If they pick up a second Drake, it's not all that impactful, and it might be for a Baron trade, and vice versa. If it's going to be Dorado going for this Baron, maybe they can try to force the soul trade as well, but we'll have to wait and see how High Alert try to slow this down to wait for that moment.
Yeah, I mean, they saw that we tried to get the pick onto Reaped with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but it just does not connect. But now the side of Dorado has started up Baron as Yo-Yo is just bullies down Oso in the side lane.
Curse of the Sad Mummy drops, but he's going to die very quickly. The bullet time really isn't there to be layered. It's dropped now, but Baron will be claimed by Dorado Gaming. There's not much that the rest of High Alert can do to stop his advance. Yo-Yos will try to get repped. It will claim him now, so it'll be the Baron and the kill on top of each other. And now that point of pressure that High Alert may have been able to use is no longer available.
Yeah, and once again, Polo absolutely untouched in that fight. Yes, Envoy got in, got the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it doesn't hit onto Pola, so Pola just basically disintegrates the Amumu in mere seconds as he just tries to be able to get a team fight out for his team to be able to steal the Baron or contest for this Baron. But now Dorado, once again, after a flip-floppy early to mid-game, have taken over in the late game and are looking to put an end to High Alert here and start their season off with the
Enchanted
win.
Crystal Arrow lands, and the rest of High Alert are close to follow. Oso is the target now. Double kill for Yo-Yo's. Laos, who going to be trying to pick up Pola, going to be hit by the Event Horizon. That will be the shutdown onto the Zac. And with how low these health bars are, the rest of Dorado might have to look to retreat as Verja looks okay. Shutdown will be picked up by Rept, and it's just a little bit too far from the side of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, also Pola tried to go in onto Verja there when the slow did come out from Yo-Yo's, and just got shot in the face by the Vygar ultimate, and there's not an outplay you can do to that. It is the outplay button that Vygar has, and he pressed it, and we saw Yo-Yo's get deleted, so little bit zealous there from Pola and the rest of Dorado. They lose 3 of their Barons in that process, I believe, or only 2, but I mean, I think you got the inhibitor, you got the turret, you got the mid inhib. You could have just fallen back at that point, taking your reset, spend your gold, and then look to push in the spot lane as they are doing now.
Yeah, and it was a little bit of a hiccup from the side of Dorado Gaming, but they are still up around 7k gold, just over that mark. So they're still feeling relatively alright. As you mentioned, pick up that top and mid inhibitor as well, which will be up for the next 5 minutes, which is especially important as the next Ocean Drake spawning in about a minute now. And with the super minions piling in from the opposite side of the map, it's very near impossible. Whoa! The Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown finds its way onto Oso. Maybe a little bit too hyped for what was to follow.
Yeah, nobody else was in the immediate area, so it looks cool, but just means nothing. But also, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is such a low cooldown that doesn't really matter all that much. It will be up for the next team fight, which is probably going to be this dragon in the next 20 seconds. You can see a death brush is being set up here by the side of Dorado, and they are hunting for High Alert, but nobody is falling for the bait yet.
Rep does have the far sight trinket available to them, so they can't really stay there for long to bait it out too much. If Rep could just throw that in, but the dragon has spawned now, and I think wisely it's just going to be given over to Dorado.
Yeah, there's no reason to fight for it at this point. You have to, farm your side waves. Your waves weren't in the best position. You got a lot of free gold with the super minions coming in too. You saw Rep pick up that entire large topside wave for himself, and it's not the soul for Dorado, so you're okay with, oh no, Oso. Oh no, Oso.
In trouble. Elastic Slingshot drops, will flash away, but is slowed up by this Ashe. Walk Warlock will get the kill onto Ozo. Enchanted Crystal Arrow drops onto Laos, which is a little bit too far away from the rest of Dorado, and that will be the Yo-Yo stunned up by the Event Horizon and taking about half his health bar, but importantly, there's going to be no bullet time following as a result. And as this mid lane inhibitor comes back up, it will be claimed, and this bot lane inhibitor also will not be long for this world. All 3 inhibitors picked up by Dorado Gaming. Double super minions across all 3 waves will be piling into the base. If they don't try to even just end right now, all 5 members are pretty healthy on the side of Dorado Gaming. The snare will come through onto Envoy, but the Mantra Shield will keep him healthy and keep the rest of High Alert topped off as well. But all Dorado have to do is delay, which they're doing very well. The top lane comes in, and now the Elastic Slingshot separates this fight. The target is this Amumu, and separated 2 kills over to the side of Dorado, but they may have pushed it a little too far. But Pola still alive, founding the damage onto Laosu. The flash over, not quite enough to find the enemy support as Pola does go down, but Yo-Yo's is alive, takes 1 tower shot, so taking low as a result. Mantra Q will find his way. The tower shot gets aggroed down, and that will be the shutdown going onto Verja of all people, despite being dead.
Yeah, a little overzealous there once again by the side of Dorado Gaming, but I mean, Yo-Yo is now 11-2. Pola, he has not been able to 1v1 Verja just because he hasn't had any lifesteal up to this point. Now he does have that Bloodthirster, so should be able to, try his best to 1v1 this Misfortune. Can be a little bit difficult, but I mean, High Alert putting up a stalwart defense as much as possible. They are trying to save this Nexus turret, and just remember, guys, Nexus turrets do respawn nowadays, but with the base in shambles and Baron on the Rift, it should just be Dorado able to pick up that Baron and then be able to end the game.
It is what is on the cards for the side of Dorado Gaming. They're going to start up the Baron immediately. There's really not much that the side of High Alert can do. So they will have one last defense. If they can hold again, if they can stop this push, and it does help that the top lane inhibitor has respawned, so will not be double super minions across all these waves just yet. If High Alert can somehow miraculously manage to hold this push from the side of Dorado Gaming, they still might be within a fighting chance, but it is going to be very difficult. As it's going to be Envoy picked out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Crystal Sad Mummy just delays the inevitable as Pola picks up the kill there. And now the Elastic Slingshot finds its way onto Rept, will be the next target as well, completely isolated. Yo-Yo is going to pick up the kill that time. Verja going to be snared up by the Mel, double kill for Yo-Yos, and that will be game, set, and match, Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado able to come back after a few early blunders that they did have for themselves and looked pretty good here in week number 1. High Alert tried to play their best, tried to play for their outs, but just not able to find it there in the later half of the game, despite how good Verja looked on this Misfortune. He did his best to try to carry this teams, but a couple of poor team fights and a couple of poor positioning from the rest of the team of High Alert ended up costing them here in this game that they did have that lead in. But I mean, both teams showing up in game number 2, at least not as one-sided as game number 1. Yeah, I mean,
oh my goodness.
Ash is in a late game carry. Ash is a late game carry nowadays, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 47, nearly 47k for Pola on the Ash. Yo-Yos as well, putting in a lot of work. But it was still, at the very least, a relatively good showing from the side of High Alert as well. Wait, what is that?
This is for CZI. He subbed, so I got to do this for him live on stream. Don't worry about it. Keep talking, Isaac. Keep talking, Isaac.
All right. Well, yeah. At the very least, it was a very good showing from the side of High Alert. Better than game 1, especially out of one of the teams that didn't necessarily have the best of times in the first season of Blue Water Premier League. At the very least, they can hang their heads high as a result of that after that game.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe if they do get Trad back into the lineup, this team does look a little bit different. Envoy, didn't have the best showing here in week 1, coming in maybe a little bit cold in the sub situation, but tried his best, especially in that early game. It was just the later game, some positionings just weren't ideal for them. But Dorado, without a jungler, and having Walk Warlock sub back into that jungle slot, looking good here in week number 1, able to pick up that 2-0 victory over High Alert.
Well, GG, well played for these two teams. So we're going to send it to a break, and when we come back, we're going to be bringing you the matchup between Team Solo Invade and Elysium. So don't go anywhere.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してき
And we are back for our second set today here at the Blue Otter Premier League between Team Solo Invade and Elysium. If you're just tuning in, I'm Isaac. Alongside me for the cast today will be Chong Solmo.
Yeah, glad to have everybody coming in after that little bit of break we had between game number 1 and this series. But this should be a banger because this is stumbling over words. Our champions of last season in Elysium, and then our number 1 team going into the playoffs in Team Solo Invade. But both of them have made some roster swaps coming into the season, mostly noted for the side of Elysium. New top laner, new mid laner. We got CZI coming in the top lane, and then in the mid lane, we have Aquafells or Watercat coming in, and this week we have Princess May subbing in 80 carry for Dilly. On the side of Team Solo Invade, we got 3 changes: Smoke up in the top lane, Haman Karn in the jungle, and TSI Augury in the mid lane, but then just RJ and Hackers rounding out that roster. So really, really excited for this series here today.
Yeah, and as you mentioned already, it is a little bit of a grudge match. Team Solo Invade last split was definitely the pace setters for a large portion of it, and yet for them to come up just short in the semifinals to an Elysium team that was basically unstoppable in the last playoffs. And straight away in these 2 drafts, I'm looking at it and I'm actually liking it quite a bit from both.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggs is really strong on this patch right now. Also, May does play, so it's a good takeaway. I really like the bans that Elysium have chose to do. So Haman Karn is a Fiddlesticks main, so not going to let him get that. And then just banning away 2 junglers he's also very good at. I do think Haman is probably the best player on the side of Team Solo Invade, maybe the second best if you think just RJ is that good, but definitely going to be interesting. And Ziggs Trundle, we saw how good Trundle was in the last series, so Trundle being picked up early again makes a whole lot of sense. But then the Xin Zhao for Guster Posey makes a lot of sense. Xin Zhao is exactly what you know in the jungle. He does a lot of damage early. If he gets fed, it can be a real problem for any backliners. And then Varus is one of the S/Z tier 80 carries right now, so not surprised to see that one be the pickup for the side of Elysium as well.
Yeah, I mean, straight away, we're slamming a bunch of really high priority picks in the meta. Obviously, as you mentioned, Xin Zhao. I'm also a really big fan of this champ personally. I think it's just really strong and reliable. It's the good old reliable. Plus, that one item spike when you get the Sundered Sky is such a... It's so strong. Like, the fact that it's been as strong as it has been for these last few patches without being touched at all is kind of crazy.
I didn't know Samikin was subbing in for Elysium in week number 1 here.
Zoe, I mean, Aquafelis, I know is a Zoe player, but considering how this draft has gone, there's been no real surprise in terms of picks. Then to just lock the Zoe in on our theory is the changeup caught me off. You know, I saw a fastball, but
yeah, I mean, Zoe is a champion. I have not yet got the cast. Nobody plays this champion unless their name is Samikin or Merciful Crow. Those are the only 2 people that I know that play this champion, and one of them is in NICL and one of them is in Plat/Emerald. So huge discrepancy in that one. But
speaking of, it's not quite a Samikin jersey. It's a Quacker one. But
yeah, gotta rep Blue Otter. But I mean, the side of Team Solo Invade, I do like them picking Corki on that blue 3 because now you can put either Corki or Ziggs in the mid lane, depending on the matchup that you do want. They're not locked to either lane. And then CZI picking up the Gragas here does give your team a bit of that front line, some pretty solid engage or disengage with that cask. And I'm liking both of these teams' drafts so far. I'm really curious to see what the R5 support pick here is going to be for Arrow on the side of Elysium, and then what top laner we're going to be getting here for Smoke on the side of Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, the counter pick for that top lane will be going into the Gragas. But the Leona, hello, as the lock-in choice for the side of Team Solo Invade, a really strong, reliable go-in sort of champion. Actually, I do like these last two picks from the side of Team Solo Invade. They were definitely lacking that sort of option to go in to find that engage. And to talk about two of the most heavy engage focused champions in the game, Leona and Ornn, the pickups for Team Solo Invade definitely fill that role very well.
Yeah, I mean, CZI probably didn't felt dissuaded to pick the Ornn because the Trundle was on the other side. So went with the Gragas pickup. I still think it's going to be fine in the top lane matchup. And then the Alistar, R5 for Arrow. And thank God, I've been waiting for somebody to start playing Alistar. This champion is just so good. Like, I've been playing him in solo queue, and I don't play this game anymore, and I don't play anything but that isn't named Bard. That's how strong I think Alistar is, and he's also really good into Leona because you can stall her for so long once she does get into your backline with that Zenith Blade, with that Pulverize, then you hit her backwards with that Headbutt, so it's just such a good answer into Leona. Also, it's good into the Ornn and Trundle as well, so I really, really like this R5 pick here by Arrow, picking up that Alistar.
Also, one thing that I really like from the side of Team Solo Invade, we didn't quite get to cover the first round of bans all too much before we got in, was that the heads up maneuver when you have Ornn on in your potential like wheelhouse as what you want to draft. Taking away Braum extremely early on is such a valuable option to take away, because that Unbreakable, it completely stops the Call of the Forge God as an ability. And so the very good draft planning from the side of Team Solo Invade to know that since they do want the Ornn at some point, or that it is a possibility to just say, get it out of here, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I mean, also Arrow is a solid Braum player. Braum, I still think, is the best support in the game, even with the nerfs to his early armor. I still think he's just insanely good. He does everything you want as a support champion, but I think like the other champ like that is Thresh, but nobody really plays Thresh because he is a higher skill style champion to play, but Braum is just so good. He's so easy. He's baby's first support, and he fits that role exactly perfect, but both these teams, it looks like they got exactly what they wanted out of these drafts here. It seems like they both came in with game plans and were able to get them. So it really is just going to come down to which one is going to be able to execute on the comp that they drafted better than the other.
Yeah, we have two early season favorites with a bit of an unconventional pick with that Zoe for Aquafelis that our eyes are going to be on. But I mean, Zoe, it sticks out. I mean, everything in this draft seems very conventional, but you look at the Zoe and you go, ooh.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because like Zoe is a pick and poke style of mage, and then the rest of the team comp wants to play team fight. Like with the Varus, Gragas, Alistar, Xin, they want to team fight, they want to scrap. So Zoe just kind of feels out of place, but Zoe Xin feels like a disgusting combo if you hit that bubble onto somebody and then Xin gets that knock up, and then a Zoe Q flies out from 50 meters away and one-shots you. It feels like a really potent 2v2. It's just going to be hard to execute on, depending on what is going to be mid lane here, whether it's the Ziggs or the Corki. With the Trundle, going to be interesting to see what the 2v2 mid jungle actually does look like in this game.
We'll just have to wait and see where Team Solo Invade decide to shuffle their mid and ADC options. Or I guess bot lane. Zig's not exactly the most AD heavy champ, but whatever it may be, it will have to wait for a moment because we are moving into the spectator delay. But stick around because we will be right back for game one between Team Solo Invade and Elysium. And we have returned for game 1 between Team Solo, Invade, and Elysium here in the first week of the Blue Otter Premier League. And the thing we were looking at, or one of the things, was who and where was going to be piloting this Corki and Ziggs. It's going to be Ziggs in the bot lane for the side of Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is that Unleashed is subbing into the support role here, and it is not XX Hackers. So definitely going to be interesting to see how Unleashed does in the sub-in and in the role swap as well against May and Arrow, who are two vetted players around in the BOL community and just around the League, Emerald, amateur community in general. So gonna be keeping my eyes on the bot lane. Also, I think Just RJ on the Ziggs is interesting considering last season he was such a high DPS carry style of AD carry with like Jinx and Sivir and Corki and stuff like this. So definitely a different play style, and really curious to see how it is going to be working for them here.
It's definitely a very similar sort of style looking in these bottom lanes as Princess May on the Varus is going with the Arcane Comet, so we're going to probably see that lethality poke builds. We got some supportal combat here in the bot lane. Arrow going to be eventually forced to level the headbutt and show it. So, I mean, Alistar level 1 typically just not really all that great of a champion anyway, but showing what you have on the cards early, maybe not exactly the ideal situation for Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows Alistar isn't an actual champion until level 2, but Watercat hits the sleep, and that's about it. But, yeah, I mean, I think it would have been funny if Unleashed was like, I'm not playing support, I'm playing aggressive, and went like PTA Leona, because he would have done so much damage to Arrow in that trade, but just being a typical support player. But it was a nice pickoff to get Arrow like that, just because it does lower his time. Nice Valkyrie buffer there by NBK, but... Oh, I didn't even realize that NBK was also subbing in for mid this week. That was something that completely passed my brain as well.
Yeah, Aguri is the normal starter for the side of Team Solo Invade, so it's been a little bit it's what do you call it, substitute heavy here in week 1, or on the very least this Sunday. So far, whoa, hold up, Just RJ getting a solo kill onto what it looked like, was it Arrow, or I guess we've gone back a few moments. The headbutt from Arrow went onto a minion instead of Just RJ as a result of that early flash. Got a little look back to see what actually happened, and just really well timed by RJ to prevent that headbutt from taking him under the tower.
Yeah, but Arrow trades up on that because he still has Hex Flash. Yes, he died. Oh, no, May's dead.
Oh, but Princess May is the target. Unleashed will be traded in return, but May's should not be long for this world, but the barrier comes down. Oh, wait, hold on. Princess May with the double kill, getting that extra power from the barrier, something that Just RJ had not opted into. Taking the teleport instead just gives May enough combat power to survive that and get the double kill.
I mean, yeah, well, first of all, Arrow has Hex Flash and got both RJ's Flash and Unleash's Flash and Unleash's Ignite, and then May gets a 2v1 double kill and only uses Barrier. I mean, May's gonna 1v9 carry if that's how she's playing today. Like, my God.
Yeah.
But, I mean... Arrow, you know, Alistar's super weak early, was trying to hold the wave, kind of freeze it on RJ and Unleashed, and then saw an angle to go on RJ when he stepped up. Oh, Hex Flash.
Oh, Arrow, pulverize, headbutt back over the wall! Unleashed has no flash! The setup from Arrow is crazy! Unleashed now in a world of hurt, way out of position from the great mechanics, but the Zenith Blade will land onto Arrow. The headbutt back, it won't matter.
And it goes to May! Oh, my the setup and the snipe.
Perfect.
Oh my God. What a play. This is the Guster in Arrow I remember playing against so many times. They are so annoying to deal with. They have been playing together for like 72 years with how long they've been playing in competitive league. These guys are like always playing together. So seeing them make a play like that doesn't surprise me at all. And CCI steals away like almost every single Krug there. That was also crazy.
Yeah, and so the invade from the side of Hammond Karn to counter that gank doesn't quite get nearly as much as they would like, as well as putting some extra gold into the pockets of CZI. It's going to be feeling really good on the side of Elysium so far here in game one.
Yeah, Elysium kind of just picking up where they left off last season and like just dominating opponents when they did get that championship for themselves. But definitely gonna have to see how this game does continue. Having that poke Varus and then the Zoe definitely gonna be interesting when the team fight phase does start to break out. But right now, looking really good early, making some nice plays. Yeah, Arrow into the way for his blood, but made up for it really quick by getting his 80 carry, 3 kills. Up in the top lane, CZI is down a little bit of CS, but kind of expected when he needs to recall to get mana back, and Ornn can and buy items while Ornn can just sit in lane and get free items for himself. So definitely exactly how I expected this early game to go for the most part, besides 4 kills by 6 minutes.
Yeah, typically that's not really how you expect things to go. As a result, Elysium is about 1k up as a Sleepy Trouble Bubble takes about half the HP of Hammond Karn. He's not exactly having the best of times here early on either. Interesting though, on the first item pickup, it is the Tiamat for Hammond Karn to start farming up these camps a little bit faster, and we are seeing it in the CS numbers at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically not what you expect Trundle to go, but it does help you with that clear that Trundle can sometimes struggle with. But I think it's just fine in this matchup. I think, like, yeah, you want the Trinity Force, but the clear speed is going to help a lot. And you can see Guster Posey does the same thing, but that's more typical of Xin Zhao to get that as their first recall item and then build into the Sundered Sky. But First Dragon, in the meantime, was also picked up by the side of Elysium. By Guster and Arrow. Mega just got to sit in lane and farm, and Watercat just got to do some annoyance onto NBK and Hammond Karn. So overall, Elysium, like I said already, has been looking good. They only got a 500, 300 CS gold lead right now, mostly because of the CS gap in the top lane right now.
Yeah, Smoke's been doing a really good job on this Ornn. Obviously, they got the counter pick, and that is the choice they went for. But typically, when you think of, wait, Guster Posey is here. Will dash forward. Can they land the knock onto Ornn? Will force the flash away, and the little assistance from the explosive cast will get Smoke out. But the response is here. Smoke does have access to that Call of the Forge God, which is used now, targeting Guster Posey. But Arrow's the one out of position. He's gone very low, only level 4 on the Alistar. The flash away seems a little bit over the top. It will be that flash down from Arrow and the kill onto the Alistar.
Yeah, Arrow was trying to come up to assist with the play, but then was just caught in a bad position on the backside by Haman and Unleashed. So kind of just has to go down for that play. If Arrow didn't go down, it's a well-worth play for the side of Elysium because they got the flash out of Smoke. They got the TP out of NBK as well. Now Unleashed actually.
Oh, takes about half his HP worth of damage. Going to flash away from the 3-town strike as well. Sacrificing a lot to ensure that that final grub doesn't get contested, but it does, at the very least, ensure that.
Yeah, the 3 grubs going over is good for the side of Team Solo Invade just because they have the Ziggs, who is the siege monster that everybody knows him to be. And Corki is good on the siege too, just because you can put out so much poke to be able to help get the enemies away from the turret to be able to siege up onto them. But 3 grubs is going to help this team a lot in this game, and it's not necessary for Elysium to get it just because they have enough poke for their siege potential with the Zoe and the Varus that they'll eventually be able to take down these turrets if the poke is landing.
Yeah, but I mean, not Varus. Ziggs and 3 grubs is definitely a combo that if Ziggs can get into a position, or if Team Solo Invade can get into a position where they can really start sieging down like from distance and get into a situation where they can really utilize these 3 gloves. The clear speed of these towers goes so quickly, and like I've even seen teams a few times like do the split push zigs where he goes into a side lane, and if you look away for a half a second, all of a sudden your towers are gone, but the headbutt pulverize will drop, and the chains of corruption barely land, but they do get their way onto the Leona. Zenith Blade in onto Princess May is more of the way to prevent the follow-up from the rest of Elysium. As they pick up the kill, CP Trouble now lands onto Hamon Karn, who's very low, gets so much damage from that paddle star, and Watercat setting that one up very nicely to further Elysium's lead.
Yeah, the paddle star and the blighted arrow combo to just chunk down Hamankar, and then Guster easily able to just finish that one off for himself. A nice play by the side of Elysium. Report Guster Posey for not giving all 5 kills over to May, honestly. But no, the way that Elysium has been playing around May after getting those first 2 kills, like just specifically what we just saw in the bot lane and the kill before, they are setting up this Varus for success. And especially with Poke Varus, if you get ahead early, it feels like you're...
Oh my god, that's a full item on recall.
Yeah, and it's the it's the hubris as well. An item I haven't seen in such a long time, but I mean, if you're feeling it, go for it. And the way May's been playing, I do not blame her at all. But with a Varus that gets ahead when going Poke Varus, setting up for objectives as the side of Team Solo Invade becomes... I'll hold that thought.
But the Zenith Blade in will find its way onto Watercat, who does have to flash away in response, but will be okay.
Yeah, and like I was saying, setting up for objectives will be hard as the side of Team Solo Invade because of May's Poke with 1 item now and accelerated on this Lethality Varus. But, I mean, if May gets caught out, it's basically even in golden items between the teams at this point in the game. I mean, Watercat does have that Luna's Companion, as does just RJ, but Dragon now going to be started up by the side of Elysium. Even though Watercat had the flash in the mid lane, they're able to just regain control of the wave and then force their way into that Dragon area. But you can see that Team Solo Invade is looking to collapse on this play.
Yeah, they're not going to give this one up for free. It is Kimtech Drake is claiming, hold on, we've got a fight that's kind of up towards the top side of the screen. Early signs say Elysium, but the counter punch from Team Solo Invade is strong as they pick up the kill onto Guster Posey. Now Princess May is in trouble in the wrong spot, and the shutdown will be picked up by NBK.
Okay, so I praised May just to watch that happen. Definitely not in the right positioning there. They were able to get the kill onto Haman, I believe they were, and then followed it up with having Guster go down for the trade, and then May just being a little overzealous. Has barrier not cleanse against this Leona, so immediately just gets CC'd down and taken out. Probably could have just... After the Dragon went down and after Guster was already dead, you just back off and let the play resolve, go back and catch your wave. But giving over a shutdown to just RJ there is going to be pretty... Or was it to NBK who got the shutdown? I don't remember.
NBK.
Yeah, NBK on Corky now 2-0 on his way to Trinity Force with the shutdown gold is going to help him out a lot. Just a small misplay by May there, but Dragon stacking still in favor of the side of Elysium here. Up to 2 dragons now. Going to have that Mountain Soul in this game, which if Team Solo Invade gets it, it is so good against Elysium's composition.
Yeah, I mean, the shielding that will come through as a hold that thought. Watercat might be in a little bit in trouble as Unleashed is here. Does access to that Zenith Blade. Goes forward, but the portals won't really take you anywhere except right back to where you were, and that means NBK will be getting another kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and now NBK is starting to become a threat on one of these champions who needs to scale. But if you get 3 kills and you get a bunch of accelerated gold, there is no scaling that is needed. As now Arrow and May are looking like they could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Ooh, Zenith Blade misses, so Princess May is safe for now, but Haman Karn will be the first to arrive next. Mega Inferno Bomb is flashed away, but Haman Karn is there and waiting. No more flash for Princess May. Gets picked up by TSI, and Arrow will be soon to follow, as it's another 2 kills for Team Solo Invade.
Oh, that feels so bad as May. You flash to try to create space between you and Ziggs to be able to pick up the kill, but then Holland Karn is right behind you and throws down a pillar, and there's nothing you can do. Now, Guster Posey has to pop that ultimate, that Crescent Guard, to keep themselves safe. And now, because you got the 3 grubs and you got the Ziggs, just RJ gets executed.
I mean, at least it's an execute.
I don't know how that happened. Well, okay, let's watch RJ.
Right. Oh, he just walks in front of the wave and was it the Ludens that
no,
Guster?
Guster walked onto the the explosive field, and then RJ drew turret aggro and then just dies. Okay, that's something to see. You know, we're Emerald players. Don't think too highly of us. This is just for fun. That was a classic Emerald play if I've ever seen one.
I mean, on one hand, I want to feel like it's intentional from Guster Posey, but on the other hand, I can't tell, and there's no way to say for sure. But even then, in the end, it doesn't quite work out all that much because RJ executes anyway, so it just gets a nice little recall off there, essentially.
He was fast basing, Isaac. He was fast basing.
Yeah, you know, I mean, what, the kill timers are going to be, what, like 12 seconds? I mean, considering he would have to walk back to recall anyway, that's basically the same amount of time. Hold on, Unleashed is going to be the target by Arrow, but there's just nobody to follow up on that headbutt. Pulverize, or I guess the headbutt, because the Pulverize was used later, but Arrow is still in trouble. Pulverize used to slow things down, but is eventually picked up by Haman Karn.
Yeah, Arrow just walking in a little bit too early there to set up for that Rift Herald and then gets punished for it. Also, Unleashed with a nice use of the Solar Flare, not onto Arrow, but onto Guster, so Guster can't get in and help and try to save his support. So that means Rift Herald is going to be picked up for the side of Team Solo Invade, which means the feats, if Elysium wants it, they got to pick up the 3rd dragon, and then if the side of TSI wants it, they need to get the 1st turret and also the next dragon as well. So going to be playing around mostly for this next dragon. 1st turret actually should just go over to NBK down here in the spot lane on this Corki right now.
There it is, right on command. And speaking of turrets going down, Rift Herald summon in the mid lane. So this mid lane tier 1 also not going to be long for the world. RJ going to use the W there to secure it anyway. And let's see, does he have his driver's license? Will we need to revoke it? RJ he's doing good so far. I don't think it'll have quite enough to reach that top lane tier 1. It does expire for now. But really well maneuvered by RJ. But all the while moving that Herald to the top lane does mean RJ is moved all the way up, is moved out of place. He does have teleport at the barrier release to arrive, but that is the moment that Elysium are going to use to move straight, and Air going to flash away from that Zenith Blade to prevent that engage. Battlestar not quite going to land on anyone. It was a very long-range one, but not finding its mark. And now here come the rest of Team Solo. Invade, Call the Forge God drops, but it's very good. Headbutt, Pulverize prevents the fight back, but will it matter? Guster Posey is the next target, now going to have to flash away, but there's a lot of range available for the side of Elysium's compositions. They can play back, but Team Solo of Invade are on this Drake. That is going to be asleep, dropping, but not quite able to find the damage on the follow-up. Smite comes down. That's going to be the 3rd Drake going over to TSI as the Mega Inferno Braum drops onto Guster Posey to pick up a kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played by the side of TSI. Arrow got a huge knockup onto Smoke to stop that Ornhorn from coming out with that R2 to knock up almost everyone on Elysium. So many flashes were burned too. I watched Haman Karn flash away from nothing before the start of the fight, and then Watercat hit a nice Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto just RJ, which also forced him to flash away so he wouldn't fall down from a Paddle Star ultimate combo out of Watercat. But the way that the early game started for Elysium was looking really good, but then a couple of misplays out of Arrow getting caught out in crucial situations has brought it back for Team Solo Invade. Looking good here and looking like the team we saw them in the regular season last time around in the Premier League, but that means Elysium still has an opportunity to come back in this game. They just got to clean up a couple of things here. And also the full feats of Warfare did go over to the side of TSI for picking up that dragon as well.
I find it fitting that Elysium started letting this game get away from them the very second that Princess May bought Hubris. Like,
I mean, it's called hubris
Yeah,
for a
right?
reason.
Right?
It's like when any mage has like, oh, I have a fully stacked Dark Seal, let me buy Maji's, and then dies 3 times in a row. And it's like, well, time to sell this again.
Yeah, but Watercat now is target of smoke. Call the Forge God dropped. Will get the second tart of it, but the sleep goes on to smoke, which does get Watercat a little bit more times. We got a shutdown onto Guster Posey in the top lane. Unleashed will get the counter kill onto Arrow, but our focus is onto Watercat, who's probably going to be getting picked up by NBK soon. There it is. NBK getting that kill, but we move straight over to the top lane. Just looks forward, or I guess a look back. Arrow goes in, the pulverize knocks up 2 and buys time. So Guster Posey then, the option would be onto Hammond, I'm assuming. Unleash the flash forward, doesn't find the Zenith Blade onto Guster. And so the turn without any health left on Hammond means that Unleashed has no help from the rest of his team and is claimed by Elysium.
Yeah, Elysium across the map, trade up 2 for 1. They got the shutdown onto, or sorry, 2 for 2. They got the shutdown onto just RJ. They pick up the kill on Unleashed. Mei, in the entire time of that, is just free farming away in the mid lane. Watercat almost escapes from the bot lane, but just because NBK shows up and has that quirky missile barrage range, is able to pick up those kills. And now Arrow gonna try his damnedest to clear this wave, but might just die for it.
Yeah, tower goes down. Now NBK Valkyries forward, knowing that Arrow doesn't have any cooldowns, and that will be Arrow giving over yet another kill to NBK.
Yeah, Arrow, you just gotta let the turret die. You're not clearing that wave as Alistair. You're not AP Alistair. And then he just ends up dying for it because the CC combo is there from Smoke, and the damage from NBK is massive at this point. On 2 full items already. He's got the Trinity and the Muramana now, so NBK is online in this game at 21 minutes, and now Guster could be in trouble.
Oh, is the target for Smoke. Unleash and RJ are nearby, but the Sleepy Trouble bubble from downtown does land onto Smoke. A really good positioning from Unleash to ensure that that full range Paddle Star doesn't find its mark. Unleash is going to try to go in onto Buster because Smoke is nearby, but there's not exactly a lot of damage to follow up on that engage. As, hold on, the Call to Forge God is dropped. Guster Posey staying alive for now. Smoke probably going to be taken down soon. Shutdown getting picked up by Princess Mei. Triple kill for Princess Mei now as Hammond also probably going to be claimed as well. Quadra kill for Princess Mei. NBK is the only left alive. NBK is out of there. So I doubt this will be the pincer for Princess Mei, but still a very good fight from Elysium to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they tried to punish Guster Posey, but the team was there for the reinforcements, and Princess Mei gets a quadra kill. That is going to be Otacon for the side of Elysium, and these teams are trading blows back and forth in game number 1, and Elysium is now the one in the driver's seat. They're down gold, but they have the tempo, they have the Otacon, and Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds, where I expect we will be seeing another team fight break out.
I mean, we've not had a moment to breathe so far in this game. Both these teams are fighting 24/7 over every single inch. We're at 25 kills in 23 minutes, over a kill per minute so far here in game 1. And despite how bloody it is, we're still relatively even. TSI sitting up just under 2k gold at this point. Still an advantage after coming back from a relatively disastrous early game. But as you mentioned, the Drake is spawning. Arrow is the target for Hammond. Doesn't quite have access to that subjugate, so Arrow going to be all right for now. But we don't have a second to hand it over to you, Chong, because these teams are going to be very sensitive. Hammond taking a big chunk of poke out from Princess Mei and Watercat from the piercing Arrow and Paddle Star. Sleepy Trouble Bubble not quite finding anybody through the wall in the bot lane mid-brush, but the Paddle Star picks up 2, and the Sleepy Trouble Bubble drops its way onto Ziggs. RJ is immediately blown up by the rest of Elysium. Solar Flare drops, but won't find anyone. Called the Forge God picks up 3 on the knockup, but there's just no damage left in the composition. for TSI, and so it will be smoke going down as Princess May picks up yet another kill, and it will be the third Drake for Elysium as well.
Yeah, Watercat is actually the MVP of that fight. Catching just RJ with that sleepy trouble bubble, they're immediately able to blow him up. Then a nice use of that Crescent Guard by Guster to separate the entire team fight. And then they're able to methodically pick off NBK. And then it just really doesn't matter anymore. The damage didn't exist after that for the side of TSI. They're able to just take over the fight with May and with Guster and everybody else involved with the damage and CC that they're able to put themselves onto this mountain soul point, and it is looking better and better for the side of Elysium since they got that play around their wolves into the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute roller coaster of the game so far. Up for Elysium, down for Elysium, and they're right back on the upswing once again, sitting up just over 1k gold over TSI. About a 3k gold swing in the span of just a few moments. We've not been given a moment at all, and especially as Baron has just spawned onto the map, I don't suspect that these teams will let that one stay alive for much longer without a fight.
Yeah, and then we could give you a little bit of a break here, Isaac, since we've been going back and forth through team fights. We made the joke about the hubris pickup for May and then kind of just not letting it have an effect. But in the last couple of team fights, May has picked up a lot of kills. The quadra kill in that side of their jungle before the Otacon picks up a double around the dragon as well. So getting those stacks on the hubris are going to be super impactful for this Varus, who is putting out a lot of damage in these team fights. And then the side of Elysium has just been cleaning up their team fights in general. Arrow not getting caught out as much and waiting for his opportunities to go in instead of just hard forcing into these team fights, and it's just looking better and better for Elysium. But like you said, Baron has spawned onto the Rift, so these teams are going to start positioning around this, maybe look for certain pick-offs onto the enemy side laners right before they are able to start up this Baron. But right now it's kind of just going to be a little bit of a lull. No team really willing to start up the Baron and take a significant amount of damage. It's going to be clearing waves and waiting for their opportunities to fight over vision and then maybe get a pick and turn it into that Baron.
Importantly, just RJ and NBK's teleports are unavailable, coming up very soon. So they can't quite respond as easily to the rest of Elysium, but they should be available just about now. So it is a one teleport advantage to the side of TSI in terms of map movement. Flash over to Princess May. Very ambitious from the side of Unleashed, but very heads up from Princess May to respond in kind.
Yeah, I mean, if May gets hit by that, she's probably just dead because of the CC combo comes out from Unleashed. And Haman Karn is able to follow it up now that he's on his two items, Titanic and Trinity, also running that lethal tempo trundle and has the sticking power. So I'm fine with May flashing for that play. I don't even know if the Zenith Blade was going to connect, but better safe than sorry at that point. But now, crucially, May not going to have that flash for any potential team fights that do break out, and Unleashed not going to have it either to try to start up a fight with a flash Zenith Blade, but Watercat playing smart, almost was in a really bad position, but just decides, this is a little sketch and backs away. Very smart by him. And am I the only one who hears the constant Corky Gatling gun sound?
No, it's definitely still going. Small ending company is Arrow going to get caught out by the pillar, and actually a really nice interaction there. The knockup from the Ornn onto the pillar drops, but Arrow keeps him inside for a little bit longer. The explosive cast won't quite successfully peel for Arrow. Call the Forge God drops onto the Alistair, and RJ will pick up the kill. Oh, backward from Haman Karn. The target is now Guster Posey. The Zenith Blade will land, but there's just not a lot of damage nearby, and now the target is just RJ from Guster Posey. Very heads up play by Guster. Flash onto RJ, gets the kill, and now Unleashed is too far from the rest of his team, and that's going to be CZI getting the kill there.
See, now me, if I was Arrow and I was playing this game, I would make the joke to my team saying, guys, they got me. I guess it's worth for them because you're just a support. Like, You guys just lost the team fight. Now you lost positioning around this.
But Princess May will be hit by the pillar and is the target. Shut down for NBK to start out this fight. But Sleepy Trouble Bubble drops onto Hamankarn, who takes a decent chunk of damage. Watercat getting over to the other side of the map, but Custer Posey will be taken low himself by NBK. Shut down, going to be picked up by the Corky Watercat. Using the portal forward, won't quite find the Trouble Bubble onto NBK. And we'll stop at the trade of kills.
Yeah, May gets caught out there. Having no flash is massive in that one. Gets caught up by the Trundle Pillar of Ice and then just deleted by NBK and Hamankarn, who can put out so much damage in just a very super quick second. So very heads up play by the side of Team Solo Invade to stop any onslaught that could come out from the side of Elysium. But now with Guster also being down and Hamankarn spawning in 4 seconds, Dragon will be the focus for these teams, as this is the soul if the side of Elysium is able to pick it up. But it is an unnumbered fight if it does start up soon, because Guster is now coming out of base. It will be a 4v5 if it does start out right now, but both teams just taking it slow, looking for the position, getting control of that mid wave before anything is going to be starting up.
Arrow is the move, at least maybe. Okay, so Call the Forge God drops, but finds its way only onto Arrow and Princess May. Mega Inferno Bomb drops over the top, but it's not enough to kill Princess May, and the response from Elysium is massive as TSI are completely removed from the map. It's only NBK and just RJ who are left, and NBK is taken down, so it's just RJ left to try to defend, to steal away this streak, but no Mega Inferno Bomb headbutt pulverized drops onto RJ. Ace for Watercat and Elysium, as well as, all importantly, that's going to be the Mountain Soul as well.
Yeah, they tried to get the pick onto May, but able to kite backwards just far enough and create space with the assistance of the team and able to just take over that team fight. Guster did end up falling from a bouncing bomb from just RJ, but it didn't matter because everybody else from Elysium was up. And then Watercat, with a nice use of that Sleepy Trouble Bubble through the terrain, gets it onto just RJ, and then he is erased off the map. The soul now claimed for the side of Elysium, which is going to help out their composition a whole lot with those resistances, and they are starting to look poised in this game number 1. I mean, these team fights are close. The gold is only 1,000 at this point, almost 1.5, but this game can still go either way, and Baron is going to be the spot where we decide who actually will end up taking this game number 1.
Watercat, speaking of the focus, is sitting on level 17 now, gets so much power as a result, so far ahead. We've been seeing a few of these paddle stars. Could link that up with the Trouble Bubble, and walking into that on the side of Team Solo Invade, especially when Elysium can secure like a vision advantage. Speaking of, this could be trouble for Hamankarn. Watercat didn't quite have the ability to follow up with the paddle star, but we still just saw with the piercing arrow alone taking a healthy chunk out of Hamankarn.
Yeah, and if we're also talking about levels here, CZI level 18 on Gragas, the only level 18 player in the game, and Unleashed in a bad spot, fails the flash!
The flash, it's so disappointing. The paddle star drops onto Unleashed. The layering of the damage not quite perfect from the side of Elysium, but won't quite matter. Princess May only going to get caught by that outer edge of the Mega Infernal Bomb, and importantly, that means no Unleashed for the start of a potential Baron, so it is going to be a disadvantage for the side of Team Solo Invade when they already have so many going for them.
Yeah, I mean, May also threw out that Chain of Corruptions and doesn't land onto anybody, so we'll not have that when TSI does decide to come in here and contest for this, and we see them trying to position for it.
Hamankarn will drop the pillar onto CZI, but the target is just RJ for CZI. Can he get the kill? All the while, that's going to be Elysium picking up the Baron. CZI in trouble. Will take one for the team, but Hamankarn is the target now for Elysium. Completely isolated. That is a big paddle star doing big chunks of damage onto this Trundle, and now the rest of TSI are caught out. They don't retreat when they see their jungler go down. That's going to be 3 members claimed by the side of Elysium, only for CZI. Luckily, they don't quite have any of these waves pushing in, so they can't quite look for an in, but still very well executed by the side of Elysium.
Yes, CZI just creating chaos in the backside of that team fight and almost escapes with his life, but then everything is basically used onto him. The Ornhorn is used to help finish him off, so they don't have that option for them anymore. And with Unleashed down, that means they have no engage, so the rest of Elysium is able to just push forward and pick off members methodically. And now it's just RJ.
Oh, headbutt pulverizes, but the Chains of Corruptions won't quite land. It won't matter. Princess May picks up yet another kill, the 16th of this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting when I saw just RJ walking up to that wave. Maybe not the Chains of Corruption missing, but just getting absolutely bursted down. So, I mean, a little bit disrespectfully playing Ziggs. You don't really have to walk up for the wave. You could have just sacked the inhibitor and then just looked to clear waves. But now Watercat is trying to push in the side lane. Could be the focus of the side of TSI, and it looks like it is.
Forge God drops, but will dodge it out with the portals, but that does snap him back into danger. Going out to flash away from NBK, who's arrived with flashes in kind. The rocket won't quite find the kill, but the second one will shut down, getting picked up by NBK.
Yeah, I kind of expected for the focus to be on Watercat there. I saw Watercat walking up to focus that turret when his whole team recalled, and everybody from the side of TSI was available. So smart play and heads up play by the side of TSI was much expected for them to make that, and they're able to get it. Watercat also burns flash to try to survive there. Does get NBK's flash, so I guess you're okay with that, but now you're off the map for the next couple of seconds, which means there's no real also like side pressure, and could be a misnumbered fight if it does break out here. Arrow caught out.
Arrow in trouble. Will pop the unbreakable will. He's very tanky as a result, taking so long to get killed. He's still alive for now. So much is committed onto Arrow, but it's finally going to be picked up by the side of TSI, but at what cost? Unleashed is now getting picked up by Guster Posey, but Princess May is completely separated. As a result, we'll have to flash away for now. Feeling relatively all right. The piercing arrow drops. The camera's kind of going all over the fashion from CZI. Princess May gets a kill onto the Orn, and now the health bars are way too low on the side of Team Solo Invade. The only member of TSI left alive is Haman Karn, and I don't think there's very much that he can do to stop the advance of 4 members of Elysium as they look to take game 1.
Yeah, that was just really played there in that bot side fight by the entire Elysium squad. Arrow buys so much time onto this Alistair, and then it's just an easy and clean methodical pickup by the rest of the members, able to get the win that they deserved based off of their early game, but a couple of slip-ups made it a whole lot closer until they were able to get that Baron and then just finish it out smoothly.
Yeah, it was a really hectic game 1, all things considered, back and forth, left and right, up and down. But as soon as, at least the second time, as soon as Elysium regained that lead, as soon as they managed to hold on, to claim it, they held on and they slowly choked out Team Solo Invade. They had that slip up where they got off to that really great start, and all things considered, Team Solo Invade did a really good job to get back into this one, to even make it a competition, but Elysium still come out on top.
Yeah, and May almost dropping 20 kills in this game. I mean, look at the
50K.
damage. Yeah, 50k damage, almost 19 kills. Look, we memed on the hubris. It was valid when it was purchased and then you died 2 times, but then it ended up being worth it in the end with the amount of damage that you did. So, yeah, congrats to Elysium. Played really well. TSI had moments in that game where they were coming back and they were looking super solid, specifically around NBK, who got 4 kills really quickly early in that game, but then just not able to finish it up. A big thing that was noticed was it's no Flame to Unleashed. He's playing role swap, subbing in. It's definitely not the easiest thing to do, but had some missteps in that game, got caught out a couple of times when he shouldn't have, and ended up costing his team in the end.
Well, we are going to send it to a break, but when we come back, we'll bring you the draft of Game 2 between TSI and Elysium here in Blue Waters Premier League, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few short moments. And we are back for the draft of Game 2 between Team Solo Invade and Elysium. TSI opting to move on to the red side here for Game 2. And after that, Game 1, I mean, it was a roller coaster. It was... we may have gone over a kill per minute at that point in time, and so I'm hoping for something similar in Game 2, but the B1 from Elysium insta-locking that Viego.
Yeah, Guster, pretty good Viego player, so not surprised to see that be the B1. Also, Haman does play that a lot, so it's a pretty good takeaway as well. You can see they were like, ban 3 of his champions, take away 1, what does he got left in the tank? Knowing Haman, he still has Brand, he still has Zyra. He does like these AP junglers, so I'm curious to see if he's going to pick that. That's a Lee Sin. Okay. Okay, Lee Sin Sivir.
Right.
Okay. I like this. This is a bold draft pick in the Lee Sin. This is one of the like most feast or famine junglers in League of Legends, because like if you do not get success early game, this champion dies to a swift breeze. So gonna have to see how active Haman can be on this and if he can actually make it work.
Famously, Lee Sin is a champion. Okay, all right, okay. You know what?
Sure. We don't gotta talk.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, of course. What's the B2 answer to the Lee Sin Sivir? Yeah, Vayne.
Okay. I can see why May's only playing 1 week. No, but I mean, I think Vayne is actually really good into Sivir. Sivir is short range, and so is Vayne, and Vayne really struggles in that range discrepancy matchup. So picking it here, I think it's okay. I'm surprised they didn't just immediately pick a enchanted support to go with it. Like, no Lulu, no Milio, or not even like a support. They just went for the Victor here for Aquafel's Water Cat, and it's going to be answered by the Ahri. So a little bit of scaling on both sides with some early game focus in, you know, the Lee Sin Ahri and the Viego for the side of Elysium. So the rest of this draft is going to be interesting because we have literal parity pick order of champions so far. Both teams have gone jungle, AD carry, mid, top and support are the only things left, and it's going to be interesting to see what the two teams both here decide to do with the rest of this draft.
But typically when you see these scenarios, the options are to like reduce the champion pool of the side of like one specific position. I do like this from Team Solo Invade. You were mentioning the Lulu earlier and the Milio. I wouldn't be surprised to see that to be the second ban as well, as that's what Vayne really works well with. But the Braum is never a bad takeaway, especially if you're not really looking to pick it up yourself.
Yeah, Braum is also good into like Sivir, Lee Sin, and Ahri. You can block a lot of their damage that can come out and be really annoying specifically for Lee Sin. But it's I keep saying interesting because I mean this is a draft that I didn't expect. Okay.
Yeah,
we're just
the blind Mordekaiser. Oh, right, yeah, sure.
TSI said we're just picking solo queue style. Like they're like, my jungler blocked Lee Sin R1 and I'm AD carry. What goes really good with Lee Sin? I'm playing Sivir, and then we get Ahri Mordekaiser. This is a draft of all time. I don't know what is going to be picked from here on out. I wouldn't be shocked to see like a zillion support be picked at this point. Like Cassante, there's some normal drafting there. Thank you.
Oh, we were getting a little bit too wild over there. That's all right. We finally some Cassante. Okay, whew, it's fine. We're okay. We're not completely insane here in the Blue Water Premier League.
Yeah, thank you CZI for some normalcy, and Guster as well for picking Viego. I mean,
we're still
waiting for
it has to be the Milio, right?
I mean, you could go Milio.
I mean,
Karma's good with Viego and good with Vayne, so I'm fine with that being the pick. I could have also seen them go for, you know, like a Nautilus and Engage option here for the side of Elysium, because that's really kind of the one thing they're lacking. Like, Vayne doesn't necessarily need the Enchanter. She can play, like, kill lanes with, like, a Nautilus or Leona, but because Leona's not available, I'm not going to...
Oh,
Oh,
No,
they're
surely
just
not.
trolling at this point. Thank
They're-
you, Unleashed.
Okay.
Yeah, they're watching the stream. They're hearing
they
us.
know,
The
they
voices
know,
are in
they
the head.
know.
I mean, Nautilus is good with Sivir as well, and also, you know, TSI wanted to shore up that engage opportunity, so they go and pick the Nautilus. Not a bad decision at all. Nautilus can also be really annoying for Vayne to deal with that ultimate. Like, you're trying to go crazy in a team fight, and then you're just targeted by this ultimate. You got to run 30 yards back and still get knocked up and potentially one shot. But this is a draft of all times.
I mean, I do like your point with the Nautilus pick into the Vayne. It does allow the TSI to get a lot of time and forces Vayne to either get, you know, completely blown up or out of the fight, bringing that depth charge with them. But I mean, outside of that, the rest of this draft is I mean, how do you even begin to like look at this?
I mean, I don't know. This is someone in chat said
Right?
it. Someone in chat said peak solo queue, and like they're not wrong. This is like the most solo queue draft I've seen. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because both teams kind of want to play front to back in like the weirdest way possible because they have Vayne and Sivir respectively. But then like a lot of the other picks in this draft want to be playing forward. Like Cassante Diego want to be playing forward. Lisa and Ari want to be playing forward. Mordekaiser also kind of wants to play forward and getting like to the back line. But like then you got Victor Vayne, Karma on the side of Elysium that want to play back. The side of Elysium is going to have to absorb a lot of the engage potential that could come out from TSI with the Nautilus and the Lee Sin insect plays and try to just play around that and not get absolutely demolished by it, and then turn around the team fight with like a big Karma Mantra Shield speed up, and then, you know, look for Viego and Vayne resets. But if TSI gets an advantage with this Lisa Nautilus and can just steamroll over the game in team fights, it can be very, very difficult for the side of Elysium to play this game out.
Well, we'll have to wait and see for what we hope to be. Will just be an absolute classic, especially following that game one, which was an absolute banger. And we're not stopping here in the Blue Otter Premier League, but we will have to send it to a short break for the spectator delay. But when we come back, we have this wild draft coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still
And we have returned for game 2 between Elysium and Team Solo Invade. And straight away, TSI looking for some crazy shenanigans. Arrow might be the target. No flashes are going to be committed to try to find Arrow, though.
Yeah, Arrow just A-okay, throws out a monster Q, gets a nice little mana flow there, so definitely already winning in this early game. Gets 5 gold for himself as well, so feeling good about that. You know, TSI tried for the classic Nautilus thing. You run down mid lane, if somebody's there, you can look for a flash Q. If not, you just get an invade and hopefully are able to either burn some summoning spells or at least get that first blood, but not able to get either with a nice play by Arrow. Guster also getting an informational ward with a blue buff onto the red and then able to just slip his way out of there as well. So just some early vision scouting between these two teams here.
And both sides should know where either one is starting with that ward in the chicken brush for the side of TSI. And as you were saying earlier, the ward on the Elysium red buff. So these two junglers will know that they're starting both on the top side, moving bot.
Yeah, I mean, if they saw Guster, I think they did when he was leaving the red side, they would automatically noise on the top side. But if they don't, they could think he's on the top side or just trying to get to his chickens as late as possible. They should know in about like 40-ish seconds if he actually started on top side or not before that ward expires. But right now, if they had no vision on him, it is kind of just a guessing game with like some solid idea of where he is, but not 100% confirmed at this point. But looking at CS, because that's all we got to talk about in this early game, it's expected that Just RJ and Unleashed are ahead in the CS department in the bot lane. Sivir really strong in the early levels at farming, thanks to the upgrades to that bouncing blade, to the ricochet and the boomerang blade coming out of level 2 can look for poke, make it a little bit harder for Mei to farm up. I assume that for like the first couple of levels, it's gonna be really difficult for the Vayne to beat the Sivir until like probably level 6 comes out.
I mean, that is very much where Vayne struggles in the bot lane 2v2. Are those early levels, especially as you mentioned, the boomerang blade available to Just RJ puts so much pressure, but hold on, the Pathmaker used by CZI to avoid the pullback. His smoke was looking a little bit troublesome there, but does have the double proc of the W to heal back up.
Yeah, I mean, CZI really just beating up on smoke up here in this counter pick. He counter picked with the Kasante. Oh wait, hold that thought. Hamankarn.
Hamankarn is here. The hook goes down onto Arrow, who's the target now. The move over to Princess Mei, who gets snared up by the Nautilus passive, but they're snared under tower. The flash forward from Princess Mei can't quite find Unleash. And hold on, first blood over to CZI in the top lane. But before we get back to that, Guster Posey has arrived for the counter game. Will require Hamankarn to flash away from the snare of Arrow.
TSI is so lucky that Mei did not get that kill onto Unleashed, because this Vayne would have gotten the first blood before CZI got that solo kill on the top lane, which hopefully we'll go back and look at in a second. But overall, very close by both sides there. Both flashes used on, or all flashes used on the bot lane, and then Hamon's used as well. As we looking back,
Eventually get back to
we'll
this.
get back there.
Here we go. Okay, so a few moments ago, CZI onto smoke, finds the Pathmaker forward, and yeah, that's just perfectly clean from CZI.
Yeah, yep. And then, I mean, like I was saying, in the bot lane, very close to Mei, almost cleaning up all those kills as well. Still has barrier and everything. Watercat actually almost gets a solo kill in the mid lane while we're panning back into real time, but overall, this game is already spicy. Oh no, Guster.
And Guster Posey steals away the blue buff, but Hamankarn will try to find it onto Guster, who doesn't have any support as the push is available to the side of TSI in the bot lane. There's nowhere to go for Guster. NBK lands the charm, and that will mean that TSI answer back.
I don't know what Guster was doing there. I mean, yeah, you stole the blue buff, but at what cost? Like, he had the nice flash away, but like, what he probably could have done is just flashed forward to try to get NBK and force that flash, and then try to run out like through the top side to link up with Watercat and not run toward Unleashed and just RJ. So, and then also in the bot lane for Elysium, nice double ward in that front brush. Definitely got all the vision they could require in there, making sure nobody gets past them. But overall, a little bit of fun action so far. A little bit of a misplay there by Guster Posey, but CZI getting that first blood in this matchup is gonna start doing work on this Cassante, one of his better champions, and now Guster's up here as well.
Yep, the Pathmaker forward finds stun onto Smoke, who's heading the wrong direction away from his tower. Nowhere to go for this Mordekaiser, and that's Guster Posey picking up the second kill for Elysium.
Yeah, CZI gave it to him. CZI 100% could have gotten that kill, but gave it to the Viego, which is a very smart thing to do. Viego needs a lot of early gold to try to get online as fast as possible and become a super hard carry in these team fights, looking for those resets. And CZI already got all the gold he could require. He got the first blood, now got an assist. He's up in CS, feeling really good in this matchup. Now, doesn't need all the kills, even though it would be nice, but not required the way Viego wants to get a lot of kills early.
Yeah, and importantly, since CZI got that solo kill onto Smoke earlier on top of the CS lead, it doesn't mean Smoke will miss a decent amount of minions there in the top lane worth of experience. So he's going to be put even further behind in that regard, giving CZI a little bit all that extra advantage to start to run away with this one.
Yeah, looking at some early itemization here, Princess May has gone for the triple longsword, while just RJ has the BF sword. Makes sense. Vayne typically...
Watercat in trouble. Oh, Unleashed. I don't know if there was supposed to be a flash there. Didn't quite get the dredge line over the top. The gravity field will stop this fan. And actually, Watercat with the fancy footwork to dodge out on the second dredge line. Really well executed, but Haman Karn is here as well to give the numbers advantage to the side of TSI. Guster Posey is the target. Spirit Rush is dropped as NBK picks up the kill.
Okay, first, I don't know what Unleashed thought he was hooking there because there was a huge-ass wall in his face. And then second, Guster kind of just straight up ints by walking forward at all when it wasn't necessary. But, I mean, and then he gets followed by the Lee Sin Q, or he can follow over the wall with the ultimate as well, and then just gets punished for it. But there might be a potential play around bot side. Nope, nothing.
No,
all right, I just saw a bunch of people around there, and then nothing.
No, it makes sense. I mean, Drake's up, so it's not impossible that we won't get a fight. Guster Posey has hit that level 6. We'll have access to the Heartbreaker. Haman Karn not quite having access to that kick. So slight advantage in terms of ultimates available to the side of Elysium, but neither side are looking to give this up just yet. NBK did use that Spirit Rush earlier, so won't have access to it for now. Watercat also arriving in kind. Likewise, no ultimate for the Victor. Charm won't quite land. Flash forward on the dredge line does find Princess May, but it won't quite find the kill. And so that will be a push away from the side of TSI. But as the Drake resets, I don't think we'll get too much of a fight around this Drake just yet.
Yeah, for Unleashed Flash, Arrow only had to use heal to keep May safe. So positive trade for the side of Elysium. And it also lets them just like try to reset, get some gold, or spend some gold, get their health and mana bars back in position to actually fight over the dragon, or real need to force it. Like you saw them get the side of TSI off. And then kind of danced around the thought of doing it, but going, no, it's okay if we just wait a little bit longer. We are scaling comp with the Vayne and Victor, so we don't have to hard force and like flip the game over this dragon number 1. So wanted to just let that stall out a little bit longer, get some CS numbers up, spend some gold, and then look for a fight later around that, or even around these Void Grubs with how strong CZI is up in the top lane.
Importantly, in all that time, the Grubs have spawned on the map at the same time. Both of these junglers are moving towards the mid lane and the top side. Trades of flashes. Haman Karn flashing to get the response from Watercat out.
Yeah, Haman Karn was looking for the insect play, but a nice flash by Watercat gets him away from Haman Karn, so he can't even target him with that Dragon's Kick. So really well played there by Watercat, but now could be in a whole lot of trouble against NBK with flash up now. NBK also did use ultimate there to try to get on top of Watercat.
Yeah, and you won't quite have that available, especially with these grubs up, but neither side really getting a huge distinct advantage to really start to move onto it. But Haman Karn will find the Sonic Strike onto the Victor, and the kick back into the enemy team means that Haman Karn will pick up the 3rd kill and defeats, but going for it a bit too far under tower. Bit dangerous, won't quite go down as a result, but all the while that does mean that Guster Posey is allowed free reign onto these grubs, so the response is for TSI to move onto the Drake.
Yeah, really smart immediate follow-up gank by Haman Karn to be able to punish Watercat. A nice flash charm there by NBK to be able to also make sure that was secured. And then Haman Khan almost dies from Arrow because he hits him with a resonating strike and then follows in. Arrow flashes on the turret to try to get the root on him to keep him under turret, but is just able to dash away thanks to NBK being in range. They get the dragon. Void Grub goes over to the side of Elysium, and they get some more farm in the bot lane. So even on neutral objectives, but 3 kills, so the feats of strength goes over to the side of TSI.
Now RJ might be in a little bit of trouble. It is fine, but we do see that in terms of proximity, Guster Posey is a little bit closer in that bot lane. Both these junglers are heading down towards that direction. There is nothing on the map for them to take, so I would be surprised if we saw a really huge commitment from either. But it is important that Guster Posey is arriving there first. Might try to find something onto RJ or Unleashed, but the recall is started, and I don't believe we'll be getting much there in the bot lane.
Yeah, and then Guster going for like the high DPS build with the Kraken Slayer, not going for the more tankier, bruisier build that we do see sometimes out of this Viego. I haven't seen Viego in a hot minute, I'll be honest, so I'm not sure what the best build is anymore, but both junglers are here. Arrow in trouble.
Arrow will be hit by the dredge line and is deleted immediately to start the fight. Princess May's immediately exhausted as well. Will have to flash away. The barrier comes down and will be killed finally, but does get a kill in return. But now NBK is here. Guster Posey won't quite get hit by any of the abilities from this Ahri, but still kills advantage to the side of TSI.
Yeah, it was a nice play by TSI, having Haman hang around just for that little while longer. Arrow, thinking they have the numbers advantage, steps up and goes for the play, and then just gets himself and Princess May punished for that one. And all 3 kills there go on to Haman Karn.
TSI goes all out, and hold on, my screen froze.
Yeah, we're lagging a little bit on the production end here, but
okay, so it's not just me.
Yeah, I don't think anything ends up coming out of that, because when CZI went all out, I say that as I'm slowly watching it happen in the slowest frames possible. Sorry, everybody. But
yep, I mean, Guster Posey is here. The target is Smoke, but CZI is kind of low, sent to the death realm, but it won't matter as Guster Posey picks up the kill.
Yeah, so eventually we do see that Smoke does go down in that play. CZI did go all out and try to get that one, but then it was a nice stall by CZI until Watercat's just dead in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks like it's going in slow motion. We only see a handful of frames when you see 3 members around a Victor with no flash, especially when it's the Ahri and the Lee Sin. That's going to be the kill picked up by TSI.
Yeah, really quick plays all around the map. There was the CZI trying to get the solo kill top lane, but Guster was able to follow it up because Smoke was able to stall it for long enough. But then immediately, still with no flash, Watercat just gets punished again by the side of Haman, NBK, and Unleashed on the roam over there. And this is like the Nautilus playstyle that if you are able to get ahead and get your team a lead, it just continues to be that
Posey's
snowball.
in trouble though. Is spotted out. The death bush comes through. Guster is alive for now. On the hunt used just to close things down as Karn gets killed, but this fight isn't immediately up. The snare comes down onto Arrow, but the rest of TSI arrives. Arrow is not long for this world. Delays it long enough, but will finally go down, and now the target is onto Watercat and Princess May. The wave will manage to make sure that the Charm and the Orb of Deception go wide, but it's another 2 kills going over to the side of TSI.
And now I just know that CZI is in voice chat right now being like, guys, come on, stop inting. I'm winning this game for us. As like his team just keeps getting methodically picked up across the map. And it's just like Unleashed on this Nautilus is doing exactly what Nautilus does. If you get ahead early, you can start snowballing a game so quickly with these plays. He is one of those feast or famine.
Jeez.
Yeah. Like I said, CZI is hard carrying this game for the side of Elysium. He just needs the rest of his team to stop running it down for them. But like, Nautilus is one of those feast famine supports where if you get ahead and you're able to continue it, it just looks so good. But if you ever get behind, I'll hold that thought.
NBK will have to flash away as Guster Posey is stunned up by the Viego, but not quite killed. Important since the next Drake has spawned. It is that Cloud Drake on the map, it looks like. But with Karn on the top side of this map, it looks like it's going to be yet another trade of objectives. The Rift Herald for the Drake.
Yeah, and that's what Elysium has to do. They're not at a point where they can fight against TSI just yet, so you need to farm it up. And Kraken is also the purchase here for May on this Vayne. Not what I expected. I normally see a lot of Bork out of Vayne as the first item, but went for the Kraken, so really curious to see what the rest of the build actually does looking like, as I think Smoke might get solo killed very soon.
Yeah, the Riley's Crystal Scepter is in the inventory of Smoke, which did slow up CZI to prevent the follow-up and, well, his death, but still, it is not an ideal scenario for Smoke. Down 25 CS nearly at this point, 0-3 on this Mordekaiser. It just really isn't feeling great in the top lane. Is the point of pressure that Elysium have to win this game.
Yeah, and I think if CZI can get into a team fight and really threaten like RJ, NBK, or even Haman Karn, it becomes really difficult for TSI, because those are like, especially if it's on Haman and he's able to really be a nuisance for him, that's a big issue, because that's where like all their gold is. He has 100% kill participation, 5 of the kills for his team. Even if he gets on just RJ, that's so much DPS that gets dropped in the composition of TSI. So really curious to see the impact that CZI is going to have when these team fights do break out. But now May and Arrow could be in a whole lot of trouble here.
Yeah, that's going to be Shelly used and dropped onto the bot lane. Tier 1 secures that tower, and it's going to be moved straight to the mid lane for yet another charge. And while the Drakes have been split, almost.
Just expires before he can connect the turret.
I mean, psychological damage. Hold on, but the Spirit Rush into the Charm lands onto Guster Posey. A really good executed pick by the side of TSI.
Yeah, and Guster, like I said, is going for one of those feast or famine Viego.
Straight to the bot lane. Princess May will be the option, but within the wave, the charm can't drop, and that will be the shutdown onto Princess May. Can she survive? We'll use the final hour, but is now the target of that depth charge. Probably not long for this world. A bit of an odd camera.
She's still alive right now.
I mean, she's yet to die as the rest of Elysium arrives, so Princess May feeling okay, getting a shutdown onto NBK.
Yeah, also Hero Arrow, flash, heal, shield onto May. I saw that right before we got a weird camera pan away. Able to save May's life, and that was an outplay of outplays. Literally just burnt down NBK and played around the waves so Haman Karn couldn't hit a Q and Unleashed couldn't hit one as well. And then was able to flash away once the Riptide came out. A nice use of the barrier as well. I mean, May really played that out really, really well in that 3v1 before the rest of the team showed up to help.
Oh, we got a few weird camera angles, but importantly, we're going straight to the top side. Smoke will send Watercat to Brazil. Bonk is flashed away. Smoke should be coming out just now and doesn't quite get the damage. An important flash from Watercat, but straight to the bottom lane. We don't have enough time. That will be TSI picking another 2 kills, as now Arrow is the target to make it 3. Sonic Wave drops, and the double kill will be picked up by NBK.
Yeah, CZI did get the kill on the Just RJ. May is once again just free farming in the mid lane, gets a turret for herself. Nice run down there by NBK. I don't know if he ran down or TP'd down, honestly, but CZI did get killed, so it made it really hard to do anything else. They probably overstayed just a little bit, Arrow and CZI, and get punished for it, but May gets some gold for herself. They get a kill onto Guster, who is going for that one-shot Viego build with Collector and Kraken Slayer, but gonna not really have the beefiness in these team fights to like kind of ult in, create a lot of chaos in the backline, and then pick up a soul and be like durable. He's gonna have to look for like the one-shot angles, pick up a kill really fast, and then get the resets.
The very least for Guster Posey with this build, that there are a lot of targets that can be burst relatively quickly. NBK and Just RJ notably, but even Haman Karn, not exactly the most tanky enemy team member either, so at least he has that going for him. So there's the idea behind that build. But we take a look at these objective timers. The Infernal Drake is spawning. Not the biggest moment, but we're going to have a death push now. Unleashed will find the hook onto Arrow, excuse me, but that will be a very quick kill picked up onto the Elysium support.
Yeah, and now with Dragon spawning, it's going to be really difficult for the side of Elysium to contest for it. And Otacon is also up there looking for Guster Posey right now, but stands still and doesn't get caught. Oh, they might have seen CZI going that bush.
NBK is the target, but CZI is here to help out. It's a 2v4 for now. CZI takes basically no damage. Guster waiting in the wings, in the shroud, trying to stay hidden, will manage to get away for now, but all the while that has given enough time for Arrow to respawn. Otacon is up as well. It's not the quickest Drake take from the side of TSI, down to 4k HP now. Guster Posey should be able to move in nearby, cannot quite be contested. No attempt from the side of Elysium as a second Drake gets picked up by TSI.
Yeah, they were looking like they wanted to get in there and try to contest for it, but not just quite willing to actually go for it. So end up losing that dragon. Watercat was up in top lane, didn't find an angle to TP. Smoke is taking a lot of... Oh, wait, May
going forward, but the depth charge is dropped. The charm follows up and hits Princess May, but Princess May still feeling okay. Won't quite be able to kill NBK. We'll have to use the barrier, but Unleashed goes down in turn, but very quickly it's going to be Guster Posey traded back. Hamunkar now potentially the target. NBK still very dangerously low. Princess May staying around, trying to find an angle, and Hamunkar goes forward. Very daring with that move from Hamunkar, but won't be punished for it.
May was so close to picking up multiple of those kills, and we saw Guster go in and one-shot Unleashed, but immediately falls down because... Wait, when did Smoke die?
Wait. Maybe in the 1v1 against Watercat?
Yeah, because Watercat had to kill him to be able to pick up that turret, so that was something we completely missed in the bot lane action. Watercat solo killing Smoke and then picking up a tier 2 turret for himself up in the top lane.
I mean, on top of that, it's going to be extra gold into the pockets of this victor. Importantly, looking at this CS and the gold in general, the kills are very much in favor of Team Solo Invade, but the farming and the amount of objectives, or I guess the towers, the standing gold that has been picked up by Elysium has kept them in the lead in terms of gold. I mean, it's basically even at this point in time.
Yeah, and I mean, this game is on a knife's edge. Really, anybody can win it at this point. It really just comes down to the team fighting. Like, Haman Karn is the carry right now for the side of TSI. This man is 8-1-5.
But the charm will drop onto Watercat. It's a bit stuttery on my end. Watercat is so massive, centered on the Ludens, and the Shadow Flame does a really good chunk of damage onto NBK. Both of them sitting down at around 1/3 HP. They'll both move away and be all right.
Yeah, you're very close in that bot lane 1v1 against the mid laners, both of them almost falling. But right now, it's going to just kind of be a slow state of the game. Baron isn't on the Rift for another minute, Dragon not for another 2 minutes, and then Otacon is up. But neither of these teams are really good at starting the Otacon and taking a lot of damage from it. They're good at taking it, but it's like the potential flip that can come on it is so rough comparative, like with both of these team comps and how much damage they can put out quickly. So neither team really wants to be starting it up at this point and risk that potential flip. Arrow has to cancel that recall. If there was more people in the area, Unleash would have gone for it. Oh, May gets tagged.
Yeah, May is tagged, but is far enough under the tower that it won't be followed. But meanwhile, Unleash is getting deleted. Guster Posey picks up that kill, and quickly, Karn goes down for only the second time this game, but it's a huge moment. The flash forward from CZI gets the slow into both RJ and NBK, but the charm follows its way onto Princess May, which will be enough to get RJ out mostly all right. But this isn't over. NBK is in a little bit of trouble under their own bot lane tier 1, but there's no way these two should be getting out all right.
Yeah, and that's just going to be Otacon for the side of Elysium. Because of them picking off both Unleashed and Karn, there's real no engage potential for the side of TSI. And like I said before, both of these comps are really good at taking neutral objectives. So we saw how fast that went down once it was in the sights of Elysium. So able to get a nice pick off and able to take the Otacon. And it's kind of what we saw in game number 1, where the game was close, but once Elysium got the Otacon, they just started rolling over the game. And that could be a potential that we see here again in game number 2. But both these teams are keeping it close and keeping it competitive, so I wouldn't be surprised to still see it fall either way.
Yeah, and speaking of objectives that are coming up, the Baron is now spawned and on the map, but I think what we'll see a little bit more pressure around is this Infernal Drake. TSI sitting 1 Drake away from that soul point. Obviously not quite on that soul point just yet, so they could definitely try to give this, allow this one to give up if they wanted, especially as Elysium are sitting up in gold at this point in time, but the positioning from Karn suggests otherwise.
Yeah, they're looking for a potential play on to either Watercat or May here. And a TP's coming out
very aggressively. The TPs you mentioned are dropping. The move is onto Arrow. The kick won't quite find the kill just yet. Arrow finally going down, but Guster Posey is importantly very low, and that'll be the depth charge target onto May. The hook finds Princess May, and that's going to be the Vayne deleted shutdown picked up by Karn, and that is a massive pick and the angle that TSI wanted to start this fight. And CZI goes all out, but he will be all out of luck at this point. He's done so well so far. Actually, he's staying alive for now, but will only last so long, as it's going to be the 4-for-1 ace to the side of TSI.
Yeah, that hook hitting onto May was massive. Just didn't get to play the game after that. They did get the early pick onto Arrow, but like there was still the potential for Elysium to win that fight even without him. But the second that hook hit onto May, even in that ultimate and invisible, Unleash throws out the blind hook and it lands, is so catastrophic for the side of Elysium's comp because they just all quickly crumble. And with CZI being the only one left, yeah, he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough to win that 4v1. So now Dragon's soul point is claimed here by the side of TSI, and it is an Infernal Soul, which both of these comps would love to have.
I mean, every single comp loves Infernal Soul. I mean, it's just...
That's not true.
It just do more damage, right? Like, you know, every single comp will pick up Infernal Soul and feel pretty good. It's the... Outside of Hextech Soul is, like, the soul that's, like, if you get it, like, heck yeah, that feels good, I'd say. And importantly, it does mean that TSR are 1 Drake away from claiming it. But importantly right now, Baron is on the map, and it doesn't look like these two teams will give us much of a break over it. That's going to be Unleashed Dredgeline, not quite finding a target, but we'll have a bit of a tentative moment around this Baron for now.
Yeah, the Dragon area vision is in favor of Elysium because they have the ward on the Baron, but TSI is starting to look to slowly clear out this vision. They might even start it, but they don't know that they're on a ward right now.
Has the feed paused for you? Because it's kind of paused for me. I can't really tell what's
It's
happening.
a little laggy for me right now. I can see that they're on Baron. CZI and Guster Posey are in the area to try to dissuade them, and the side of TSI have walked off the Baron, letting it reset because Watercat was also starting to walk up, looking for that potential TP angle once it did come off of cooldown. So really no harm nor foul with starting that up.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm troubleshooting things here. Could you?
All right,
help,
yeah,
help
I
me out
got
here,
you.
Chong. I've
So,
got,
yeah,
I've got
right
some
now-
pretty bad technical
Yep.
issues.
You're all good. Right now, both teams are kind of just chilling, looking for some areas to look for a potential fight or breakout. Right now, we see TSI setting up a death brush, but nothing is really coming out of that one because the side of Elysium is just clearing out waves, not really able to find a way to start these fights on either side, as it looks like, once again, TSI is starting to walk towards this Baron area and claim vision control, making it even rougher for the side of Elysium to walk in and get anything going for them. But once again,
It looks all right.
Okay, I was going to say the wards in the Baron pit again have not been cleared by the side of TSI, so they cannot start this up and draw Elysium in for bait play.
And as we move around this, as you mentioned, this Baron is up. The bait is attempted from the side of TSI. They want to find an errant member of Elysium to pick up to find the rest of this fight, especially Princess May is such a huge target for the side of TSI. I mean, we saw how important that grab was early in the previous fight from Unleashed. Actually, they're not quite finding anything just yet. So we'll just recall and move away from the Baron, which will bring that timer down a little bit, all that closer for the next Infernal Drake. But NBK getting kind of low. We'll have to Spirit Rush away from Watercat, who is sitting on level 17 now, doing a really good amount of damage on this Victor.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of just the stall and wait game here for both teams. Watercat should just be able to pick up this turret here, and as I say, he does, but loses a lot of his HP bar for it, but can just recall and look to TP if a fight does break out for his team. Going to be A-okay with that, getting a little bit more gold for them, but right now, both these teams just playing it slow, waiting for the fight to break out, not really wanting to overforce it and cost a lot for your team. And RJ just trading waves back and forth in the mid, and really, this is just a waiting period. It's probably going to be like this for another minute 30 until that Infernal Dragon does spawn, where teams are going to be fighting for that soul.
And it's always an interesting point in the game if this Infernal Drake does spawn and the Baron isn't taken in that time. When you have two such like important objectives that have to be given, especially since TSI are on Soul Point, it means that, like, hard committing to one means giving up the other. But speaking of, it doesn't look like TSI are willing to wait. They'll start it up and then peel off it to try to find some bait, but it's kind of... Screen's paused for me, and oh wait, as soon as I come back, that's going to be Princess May immediately removed. The bait works, hook, line, and sinker. They pick up the vein, but so far it's only going to be Princess May. Importantly, Watercat is still alive, so there is still some damage available to the side of Elysium.
Yeah, Haman Karn got the full range insec onto May, and then you just don't get to play the game as the Vayne from that point with the CC that's available. CCI looking to stop a bit of recalls here.
Yeah, CCI doesn't take a lot of damage, so a lot committed onto the Cassante, but now the move is onto Arrow, but the follow-up damage isn't quite there. Haman Karn taking a really healthy chunk of damage away as a result.
Yeah, I mean, CZI kind of just went in, was like, I'm not going to take a lot of damage from you guys. I'm just going to see what I can do. But, yeah, it ends up working out because now the dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. Haman Karn is low, is going to have to find some jungle camps to farm up off of, as it looks like another fight's breaking out.
Oh, it's a bit hard to see at this point. The technical issues are arriving at this point in time. It looks like Guster Posey is sent to the death realm. Can they take him down? Guster Posey on the wrong side of this fight? No, actually... it's hard to tell. I'm watching at 1 frame per 5 seconds at this point. So moving in, the Drake looks like it has been started. And actually, Hold On Smoke is immediately killed by Watercat. Trying to follow the rest of this fight as a PowerPoint, but it's 2 kills immediately to the side of Elysium, and the pressure does look to be going on to the rest of the remaining members of TSI. Haman Karn's not long for this world. Triple kill getting picked up by Watercat, and that will be the soul delayed for Elysium.
Yeah, and then RJ and May trade on the backside of that one, and Watercat was massive in that team fight with that Chaos Storm, picking up 2 kills, the range, and just the amount of damage that he can put out with this build that he has with the Luden Shadowflame Death Cap. That is a high DPS Victor build. It is not that burn Victor build that we see a lot of the times, but really well played there by the side of Elysium to get some crucial pickoffs and be able to stop the Dragon Soul from coming through from the side of TSI. They're going to look to just clean up some jungle, get some vision around Baron, and then take their resets and look for another fight around this Baron now.
Speaking of the Victor build, I do like this adjustment from Watercat. Obviously, like you said, we are used to seeing those burn builds from the Victor, that or extreme scaling builds. But knowing that really anybody on the side of TSI can be bursted really heavily to just generally just building more damage straight, just upfront damage does do a lot of work into the composition that TSI can do. You don't really need to burn quick, don't need those like extended burns through really anybody on the side of TSI. So the adjustment to be heads up and not just fall into that comfort of building the items that you're used to because they're the items that I know, or it's a good adjustment from the side of Watercat, I think. As we'll try to get Chong back.
I was muted.
Oh, never mind.
I misplayed. I was muted, but yeah, as I was saying, is the side of TSI is going to start to fall in an issue with the comp that they've drafted, where it's just RJ now. Like Haman Karn and NBK have fallen off. Smoke really never got online in this game whatsoever, so it's just RJ with the scaling, and against Vayne Victor at this point, who are scale as well, if not better, with the Vayne, it's going to be really difficult for the side of Team Solo Invade unless they're getting immediate pops onto Watercat or Princess May like we've seen them been getting in the past. It just becomes very, very difficult for them to play out the rest of this game. So they're going to have to find smart ways to get picks, and there might be one coming soon as they're looking for May. But May...
yeah, it will pop the final out of Princess May. But only that for now. The teleport comes down from Smoke and is going to send Guster to the Death Realm, or actually someone. Either way, it buys space for Smoke, and now Guster Posey is killed, but it's traded immediately. Watercat in trouble, won't quite get the kill onto NBK, and actually the Crypto Bloom pop will heal up, but Smoke doesn't really do enough damage at this point in time. Haman Karn also has no gas left in the tank on the power of this Lee Sin, so it's only NBK left alive on the side of TSI as Elysium moves to open up the TSI base.
Yeah, Smoke sent Arrow to the Death Realm and couldn't even kill him, and then Arrow comes out and
Arrow flash forward, will try to find the snare, won't matter as Princess May picks up the ace.
I think that might just be game. A minion wave is coming in for the side of Elysium, and they have May, who is still alive, who can do a lot of damage to these turrets. Only Unleashed is up in 3 seconds, but
RJ's back in 7.
RJ's up in 7, so yeah, the side of Elysium is just going to back off there. Smoke TPing in, tried to make the play for the team, and pulls Arrow into the Death Realm. Probably not the person you want to be pulling in, but like makes sense, because like the Elysium comp needs the survivability that you get from Karma, but because Smoke is just so far behind, he's not even able to kill the support at this point. And then, you know, Arrow comes out of the Death Realm, is able to shield up May, shield up Watercat for a huge amount of shielding that we saw come out there. Keep him alive just for a little bit longer to get out some more DPS, which ends up being enough to help Elysium take over and win that fight.
You know, it does seem that Elysium has hit a break point, that we have hit an inflection in this game in which Elysium have now picked up a gold lead. And despite TSI being on Soul Point, are at a point in which their composition has really come fully online. But we saw a few of those picks that Unleashed was able to find, but NBK will be the option. All Out going to be used. NBK has to use the Spirit Rush to get away, but will land the Charm onto Arrow. Doesn't have the damage quite enough to kill.
Oh, Baron is starting up by the side of TSI.
Yep. The move, everybody on the side of Elysium was in that top lane, but Guster Posey is here fast enough.
Guster!
Steal! Guster steal and is kicked out. So he lives, and actually the kill gets dropped onto Smoke. So that's a kill, and the Baron going over to the side of Elysium. It's disaster, but the hook lands onto Princess May. This is the target that they need. Can TSI get the kill onto Princess May? The shield is massive from Arrow, keeping Princess May alive, and now that will be Unleashed getting killed in return.
I think that might be it. Guster Posey,
insane,
being the hero, steals the Baron, and then Haman Karn says, "I got you, buddy," and saves his life with the kick. I mean, investigate Haman Karn after this for saving Guster Posey's life like that. And now you have May and Watercat, who are super strong at this point in the game. You have Baron. CZI can even split push and not be under too much threat. The side of Elysium are going to look to put the final nails in the TSI coffin here in the first week and finish this out with the 2-0 victory. There is still opportunities for TSI to come in. We've seen them win team fights throughout this game. They just need to find the picks onto the right people. They need to separate Nay from Arrow far enough where that karma shielding that we've been seeing is not a factor.
But the longer this game goes, the more and more teams get grouped up, and so it becomes harder and harder to be able to find picks. And especially since there's nothing on the map to be claimed, it becomes a lot harder to be able to find staggering members on the side of Elysium. But Guster Posey isn't going to be one of them for now.
Yeah, and now Guster also has a GA, so like he's not really under all that much threat anymore. Haman Karn also has a GA at this point in the game, so both junglers getting that GA, but the split push is coming through here for the side of Elysium. They're going to be able to take down this bot lane inhibitor turret, probably transition into the bot lane inhibitor as well, as CZI is keeping this mid lane Baron up, making it harder for the transition to come.
Haman Karn going to try to find an angle in, but instead is pushed out himself. This is the last stand. NBK gets a pick onto Arrow. Is it enough to turn this fight? It's going to be the kill onto Watercat. This might have been the moment that TSI needed to stall this out, and it's an ace for the side of TSI. They're not out of it just yet. Shutdown goes on to just RJ.
Wait, this is 50-second death timers and RJ is
Oh,
alive.
no way.
Wait,
No way.
there's no way
They have-
TSI is going to be looking for the comeback right now. They're going to have to push
No
down
way.
mid lane. If
Hold
this
on.
happens,
I don't
if
believe
this is
it.
Oh,
They've had
my
the super minions, but just RJ clears this out quickly enough. There's still 19 seconds until Arrow respawns. The next main damage is Watercat, who comes back up in 20 seconds. But importantly, there is no way for the side of TSI, which it will delay their push into the base that much longer. Arrow back up in 5, Watercat back up in 10. Can they end in time?
They're looking
Do they
for
go
it.
for
They're
this?
looking
They're going
for
for
it.
it. They're going for it. The base race. Arrow is back alive. Can he clear out the wave? Not going to have much damage on the karma. The second
TSI!
I don't believe it. TSI only needed one fight. They were bleeding out for those last 10 minutes. It seemed inevitable that Elysium would be claiming the series, but instead, one fight is all TSI needs to send us to game 3.
That was insane. What looked
Wow.
like Elysium getting the win is turned on its head in a moment's notice. They were able to immediately pop Guster Posey into that GA. Arrow got caught out and was removed from the fight, which is exactly what I said needed to happen because May and Watercat did not have that massive shields coming through to help them DPS. And then it was just RJ taking over that fight.
I think we may have lost Chong Solmo for a bit, but I mean, we're just continuing on the way things have been. There's nothing more that really needs to be said. I mean, it was an absolute roller coaster of a game 2, and somehow TSI come out on top. It ain't over until the Nexus goes, and Team Solo Invade proved that in an absolutely magical way to close out game 2, and will be sending us to a deciding game 3, in which we will bring you the draft of when we return. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You don't want to miss this.
How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting. to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timers. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we're standing. 涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる
And we are back in draft for the final time on this fine afternoon, Chong Solmo. I mean, how are we here after game 2?
I don't know, man. I thought Elysium was gonna win it, and then out of nowhere, TSI with just one team fight against Baron, against Otacon, able to win it, and then just win the game off the push because RJ was alive on that Sivir. I mean, maybe if RJ goes down, there's still a chance for Elysium in that game, but because just RJ was still alive, it was just over from that point. So, I mean, we had the most solo queue drafts I think I've seen the comp game in a while between these two teams in game number 2. So, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to expect in game number 3.
It's just, I mean, it's been, I had this series circled on for week 1. Like, this was the one to watch. Obviously, our reigning champion against our best team in the regular split last time around, and it has delivered in spades. To start things out, is Hui will be the first pickup from Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, I was like, what crazy first pick could we get? I mean, today over in LTA, we saw a Kled top come out. So, like, I don't even know what to expect anymore from anywhere. But Hui, pretty stock standard. Okay, we're just going to get Zeri Lulu or Zeri Yumi. Okay.
Zeri Ivern.
That, you know what? Does basically the same exact thing.
Yeah. You know, it's a bit different. Obviously, Ivern going to be the jungler, but you know, Zeri definitely needs needs an enchanter to kind of help her out. She likes to get in a bit close and then deal that damage with the lightning crash, get those auto attacks bouncing around. And so picking up the Ivern, obviously a bit different, but it does also mean that you can open up options in the support role as well. It doesn't have to be that enchanter alongside the Zeri.
Yeah, and then we're just going to try to match the Zeri scaling with the Aphelios, so I do like that pick. I mean, also with picking Ivern for the side of Elysium, it also opens you up to carry top laners because Ivern works so well with specifically melee carries and not just like the Zeri. Like, he works well with Jax, which is banned. He works well with like Darius as well, which CZI does play, so really curious to see what the top lane pick is going to be here. And then we're just going to be picking up the Poppy. I'm not sure if this is going to be a support Poppy for Unleashed or a jungle Poppy here for Haman Karn. It's a good answer into Zeri because if you're able to get on top of her, she can't use that dash to create any space, can't get over walls or anything like that. I mean, you need the answer like that when you already played the Nautilus, so you don't have that ultimate to follow her wherever she goes. So Poppy, if you're able to get on top of her, is the answer to that. It's easier said than done, though.
Yeah, and it also brings a little bit of extra defense for the Aphelios if Elysium go for any further dive at this point. They are lacking engage currently. Obviously, it has only been 2 picks, so you know it's hard to really imagine what the rest of their draft will be, but still it does allow for that extra safety. However, if there is one drawback of picking Poppy this early without having any of those like champions that want to dash in, is that Elysium do have options to pick around it, and at that point there could be the potential that the Poppy only is the Zeri doesn't get away option and could lack in other areas.
I'm curious what happens because it looks like we missed a pick and a ban as well on the side of Elysium. So trying to figure out what that is with our producer right now. I'm curious if like Poppy wasn't meant to be picked or like if Elysium missed the pick. Okay, hold on.
Wait, we've got a wall of text here in production. Okay, Guster Posey, RK, banned is Panth. Okay, we already saw that. RJ Fatfinger, I'll come to... Oh. Our Poppy is Vi. We banned Vi, I said no. Let's just restart. I saw what Guster said. That Vi was up and that's hurting my head. It's all good. RJ's fault.
I think they're restarting draft.
They might be.
I'm not sure what is happening.
I'm not
right
sure what's
now.
happening either because I mean, are they going to restart and then like pick the same picks up until a certain point, or are they just going to completely scrap it? Or we're at a bit of an odd situation. I mean, we've seen everything so far in this series. Might as well throw up some draft drama as well at this point in time. I think we'll just have to wait and see what the option is as these bans in this draft lull continue to be null. And okay, so I guess we're restarting draft completely. Are we just?
I think
just
so.
scrap everything you just saw. I guess.
I'm trying to like understand what this like Chinese text on my screen is. It's all English. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm reading hieroglyphics over here. I'm like, I don't know. What is May saying? They banned Panth, then after Elysium banned Vi, they said Panth was a different champ. Okay, so just call Bully and tell them that they're banned. I don't know what to tell you.
I guess we're just restarting.
So Poppy's banned. Okay. So Poppy's banned, and now Pantheon is banned on the side of Elysium, and now Jinx is banned. So Vi is up now. I'm so lost, man.
Either way, okay. So according to Bredicus in chat, Vi ban was supposed to be Panth, and RJ picks Poppy instead of Vi. So I think they're going to be doing things similar. That the Poppy ban goes through instead of the Vi, so everything will be the same up until this point, and then we had like the weird mess up around that time, and so I think everything up until now is the same. And so here's the part that I think
it's gonna be Aphelios, and then I think it's gonna be Vi, and not. I think Vi was supposed to be Poppy, but because bans were done wrong, they weren't able to pick Vi, so it just made it like the most confusing thing in the world. Like, yeah, okay.
Okay, so Vi, and then if it's Aphelios afterwards, then we're back at where we should have been, I'm guessing.
I think they should. Okay, so
no, okay. I mean,
I thought. Okay, why do they should still have to pick I don't know. I feel like they should still have to pick Aphelios if Poppy was the only mistake pick because of the bans. That's me personally, but I'm not. Look, guys. I'm not an admin. I'm a caster, I'm a content creator, and I'm a player occasionally that isn't good. If you want content, we have it between the Game 2 draft and whatever the hell just happened here for Game number 3 draft. But
I mean, at least these drafts haven't been boring, at least for very different reasons up until this point. This one, I mean, with how this has gone, there's a non-zero chance that an league admin shows up and then has like a comp ruling on one of these guys and then actually becomes Aphelios, so that we restart again. But honestly, at this point, I think we just have to assume that it is Darius for now and just wonder and leave and waiting to see what the future holds for us. As well, so far that future is a Rakan ban.
Yeah, I do like the Braum pick. It's not like the typical enchanter you get with Zeri because you already have that with the Ivern, but it also helps a lot with appealing and stopping a lot of the wave damage and wave clear that can come out. It's also good into Vi, because if Vi, ults the Zeri afterwards, you can just jump on top as the Braum and provide that spacing, peeling, shielding, stun, and everything that you could possibly need. So, I mean, Elysium still has a lot of options they can go here with their draft. They can still go for, like, a carry counter pick top laner since Darius was already locked in for smoke up here. So, really curious to see what CZI decides to pick out here. And then I assume they're just going to be saving potential R5 for Watercat, because it could be Watercat or CZI R5 because it's mid and top already showing for the side of TSI.
Okay, Kidden going to be the choice on the side of Elysium. I haven't seen a Kidden in a hot minute, but getting that extra range into Darius, I'm assuming. Don't really see it mid, but I mean, at this point, we've seen so many wild things in the draft. I wouldn't rule it out completely.
Okay, so they're still gonna pick Aphelios. I feel like they should have had to do that in first phase. That's just me. This is Chong's hot take. Darius shouldn't have been allowed to be picked yet. It should have been a ban option if necessary, because you already locked in Aphelios and you already said that Poppy was the missed pick. That's just me. You can at me later in DMs if you hate my take about it, but I do like the Kennen pick. It's CZI, if this is his Kennen, is going to have to play super safe in the top lane, because if he gets like ganked repeatedly by this Vi Darius combo, it's going to be a really bad Kennen game. But if he doesn't and can abuse the range against Darius, it's going to be really good for him. And Nico support here for Unleash, the pair with the Aphelios, giving your team another engage option or follow up on the Vi engage.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have preferred to see an Enchanter or even Thresh with the Aphelios to give it safety. There's already a lot of engage on the side of TSI. I feel like picking up the Poppy, I mean, you get more of it and you get more AoE, is the thing that I suppose Team Soul Invade are kind of lacking. So I see the angle, but, you know, gosh, darn it, my brain's already fried. It's been completely, this draft is fried my brain, but the Nico is still the choice, and it is not, in fact, the flex from the side of Elysium. Instead, they choose the Orianna, which is a bit of an interesting choice since there aren't exactly too many great options for her to deliver the ball into a shockwave.
Yeah, but this is Watercat's one of his better champions, and you don't always need a ball carrier if the enemy team comp is trying to dive you repeatedly with Darius, Nico, Vi, and you can just kind of sombrero yourself or just have people forget about the positioning of a ball, which we see all the time in every elo. We've seen it many times, even in professional play, that people lose track of the ball in the team fights when a lot is going on, and then it gets a massive shockwave. So we'll have to see if Watercat can do it. I mean, Kennen is a pretty decent ball carrier, honestly, with him diving into the backline with that slicing Maelstrom, and then you get a big Orianna shockwave on top of it. Could cause a lot of chaos, so really curious to see how Elysium plays out this draft. I think both teams kind of got what they wanted. You have the answer to the Zeri with the Vi and can try to follow it up with like the range from the Hwei and the Aphelios, but then the Zeri has the support of the Ivern Braum and even the Orianna shielding, so definitely going to be an interesting game number 3 we got here.
I think the Kennen pick as well could be interesting. This fact you mentioned with how much dive that Team Soul Invade have is that the Slicing Maelstrom could also be used defensively. It's not exactly something you see very often from Kennen, and it's one of those situations where like CC is also a really good peeling tool, and so even though like when you see other champs like I don't know like Leona or the Maokai, they say, yes, engage. But considering what Team Soul Invade has drafted, I could also see Kennen getting good defensive value for this Zeri, and which, I mean, this Zeri is so protected from the rest of Elysium.
Yeah, it's gonna be really on May's positioning to not get like super caught out by the Vi ultimates or like Nico engages, but if the Zeri is basically untouched, I can see a world where like this is Zeri of old that just completely runs over the game and is the hard carry, but like can be slightly difficult into what TSI has drafted, but you have like enough protection where May should be fine on the Zeri for most part. It really comes down to how well Elysium is able to absorb the engages that come out from TSI and then able to turn it around into an advantage for them with the comp that they've drafted.
We'll just have to wait and see if TSI can use this explosive composition that they've drafted to be able to take game 3, or if Elysium can keep Princess May alive and counterpunch their way to victory and take the series for themselves. But we won't know until we have loaded onto the Rift after the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And we have loaded onto the Rift for the final time this afternoon for an absolute classic of a series between TSI and Elysium here in Blue Otters Premier League. And we're looking forward to what I hope to be is an absolute classic to round out this amazing series so far, Chong.
Yeah, I mean, that ending to game number 2, if game number 3 is just a one-sided stop, I will be very upset after the highs that I was feeling after that first game. I mean, it's that second game, sorry. Even the first game, it was
Even the
relatively
first was,
yeah. It
yeah.
had some back and forth moments, so I'm hoping we get some more of that. But looking at a few things here for these keystones, we have the electrocute on CZI on this Kennen, and then Arrow has gone for the summoner spellbook on Braum. Now, I understand the merit of it, but I feel like Guardian would have just been better for more protection options for Zeri. Not saying spellbook is bad. A lot of supports do want to be taking this for the most part, but I think there are certain situations where it's not the most ideal one.
Yeah, it will at the very least give Arrow that extra movement to run around the map and get, especially with the teleport available. Also, you know, Smite helps with securing objectives as well. But moving away from that Guardian, it really is such a good rune on Braum that likewise I would have preferred to have seen Arrow go for the Guardian instead, especially with a lot of their, like, the theme of their draft is largely protect this area. I mean, not completely. Obviously, CZI on the cannon can, you know, dive in and find a slicing maelstrom and do a decent amount of damage themselves. But generally, it just seems more thematic for Guardian to be the choice.
Yeah, I mean, even with Summoner Spellbook, you're still going to get access to Exhaust. You can see that Arrow is running the heal as the initial rune of choice. Ghost on Braum is, like, super funny and, like, can be super valuable sometimes as well to, like, just be able to, like, CC down everybody in the team fight. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they use it in the lane and everything. As Guster might already be looking for a gank.
Yeah, Unleashed will land the snare, though, to slow things down. Princess May will be exhausted by Unleashed to separate out this fight a little bit more, but just RJ is the target of Elysium as they pick up the first kill onto the Aphelios. Unleashed now marked up by the concussive blows, walks forward, interestingly enough, will get the kill with the tower shot. So 2 for 1 at the end of this gank, but still, both kills are going to the hands of Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, you get the flash out of RJ, you get the exhaust out of Unleash. You use both summoners as Arrow, but that's okay because you're running the summoner's spellbook. But May gets a kill, which is very big in this lane, and Guster also gets a kill, which is, like, actually super significant for Ivern, who's building support items. So, like, he already has a low income, but, like, getting those online faster makes him so much stronger. You can already see he's got the Lucidity boots, which is already going to make a huge impact for when he does get these ganks going in any other lanes, as he's just probably going to take this bot scuttle, and then he could look for something top here with CZI.
Yeah, Guster Posey has arrived in the top lane, but the move is actually towards the mid lane. Watercat going out to flash out to keep himself alive. And actually straight up to the top. Hold on, CZI with Guster Posey. We got a glimpse away from it because there was importance going around across the map, but CZI will eventually get the kill onto Smoke.
Yeah, so Watercat and Hamankaran trade 1-for-1 on their flashes, while not a flash was used top lane by Smoke or by CZI. Smoke doesn't even pop the Ghost either. So CZI just able to pick up that kill, which is going to be really impactful for this counter pick matchup of the Kennen into the Darius. And also Guster Posey getting another assist for himself, which is super, super good. Like I was saying, the faster you get the support items online, the more scary this area can actually be, and same with this Kennen. But also, because that kill did come in onto Smoke, that is already the feats of strength or feats of warfare claimed by the side of Elysium. And Guster Posey's already in the bot lane again.
Yeah, and Arrow's walking forward, threatening, will hit the concussive blows onto Just RJ, but the snare is big to slow down this advance. Just RJ's very low, but he will survive in large part of Unleashed Snare, and actually the tower shots come down, aren't quite enough to get the kill onto Guster Posey, but still even more well played by the side of TSI on the back end of that fight, getting Guster Posey so far low, and actually Princess May could be the target now, sitting on about 1/5 HP, but both of these sides will recall and lick their wounds.
Yeah, Guster hit a Q onto the minions that could have forced the barrier out of Just RJ, but once again, the TSI gets close enough to turret range where the tower shots almost pay a huge impact on that one. Guster barely able to live, same with May and Arrow, so, I mean, goes well for TSI, but May is kind of suffering from it, already down 10 CS right now, which is going to be pretty massive to come back from at this point, even with that first blood gold. Going to need to focus up and just farm instead of looking for constant fighting. And because the bot lane and Guster had the reset, we can see that Hamankar is able to claim the first dragon of the game.
Yep, early objectives to the side of Team Solo Invade. But hold on, we've got a Nico clone gank trying to scare Watercat. Doesn't have the flash, so they can't really force that out of this Orianna. And just a little bit of pressure from Unleash in the mid lane.
Yeah, and with Unleash making that roam happen, that means May gets some free time on the waves. Starting to catch up a little bit in that CS department. CZI hits level 6 now and does a nice little bit of chunk on the smoke up there in the top lane. Has that Hex Tech alternator in inventory. You can see he's on cooldown right now. So has a nice little bit of an early power spike here. Now, NBK gets a ward onto Guster. Lucky enough, could have been in a little bit of trouble there, but just going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like these two teams are giving up just yet on this Scuttle Crab. They're already playing aggressively over something as simple as this bot side Scuttle that will eventually get picked up by a Hamankar. But I mean, how these games have gone, it's so when they start getting close together like this, it's just like, ooh, will they, won't they, will they, won't they, and this time around they don't.
Yeah, no need to flip a game over Scuttle Crab at that point. I think it's a very smart play. You have more bigger fish to fry with the Void Grubs spawning up here shortly. Princess May dodges away from the Tangle Barbs, but gets hit by that Q out of Nico, as there's an invade up in the top side by Hamankar trying to get to Guster's red buff, but now Princess May could be in more trouble. Nice little dash away, doesn't get hit, doesn't take a little bit of poke, but is down a level now to Just RJ, and Just RJ being on red-white is pretty massive.
Yeah, there's the adage that red-white don't fight, or I guess if you are the Aphelios, red-white start a fight. And it's the premier combination of Aphelios. You try to get close to him, and then he just heals back any sort of damage you put down onto him, as well as getting those little chakrams, which you then flop over to the white gun, and then start shredding whoever gets close to you. So, a very dangerous moment for the side of Princess May. Wisely decides to stay away, and we continue.
Yeah, and Haman is going to take the Void Grubs on the top side. Guster's on the bot side right now. Not really looking to fight over those at this point in the game. And I think that's fine with the comp that you have drafted as Elysium. You do have really good scaling with the Zeri, with the Ivern even. So not wanting to go all in for that right now. And CZI just playing smart up in the top lane, knowing that the Grubs are just taking that hard shoving the wave. Just looking for getting those last hits and slowly push it out so he cannot be ganked.
Yeah, knowing that Guster Posey is on the opposite side of the map, that it would be a troublesome situation. Hold on, the flash forward from Hamankar will drop down on CZI to find the kill, and the pull back from Smoke is enough to get the kill, but it's traded back onto Hamankar.
I mean, yeah, it's a 1-for-2 for CZI. Goes 1-for-1 in the 2v1 is what I meant to say. Did use the flash, but you also got the flash out of Smoke there, so Smoke is just going to have the ghost. It's also a nice play to use the Slicing Mission when he did, because when Vi does use that ultimate, she will always go behind the target, so she goes into the turret range stunned up, so it takes a huge amount of damage from that. Then CZI just able to finish it up and get himself a kill in that play, and now has the Proto Belt as well, so going to be feeling good about that for himself.
Yeah, it's such a synergistic item on Kennen. Getting the rocket belt, I believe it's called these days, allowing
Come
you
on,
that
leave me
extra.
alone.
No, it's all right. I'm also used to calling this item proto belt. It's like, what do you mean they're not buying Gunblade anymore? Like, right? Like, I understand. But either way, still, it doesn't change the fact that the haha funny belt item that allows you to jump forward or away on these AP champions that need to get in close range is just such. It's so synergistic, especially with the slicing maelstrom.
I mean, back in my day, we used to have a second belt item, the GLP, man. Bring that item back.
Yeah,
That
Hextech
was
GLP.
Hextech
What an
GLP Annie.
item.
Hextech GLP Annie might have been my favorite build of all time.
Yo,
That
I
was so
remember-
toxic.
I remember watching C9 at 2018 Worlds and Jensen building GLP and Spooky Ghosts on Ari with the Glacial Augment.
Yep. That was a
that was
disgusting time
so-
period.
That was such crazy tech that obviously was disgusting and did needed to get nerfed out of the game, but like the thought to do it in the first place was fun.
Yeah, Riot Games, if you're watching this, please bring back GLP. I will roll swap back to mid lane for that item. That was one of my favorite items to ever play with. It was so fun. But just zeroing back into this game, Hamankarn is back on the dragon here, gets it, but the rest of Elysium is on the way.
Yeah, Guster Posey and Hamankarn are going after this. As you mentioned, it was claimed by the side of Elysium, but it was a huge pop blossom from the Nico, and the rest of Elysium are in retreat. It is only the trade of 1 kill for now. Princess May getting burned down by NVK, but not going to be able to find the kill onto the Zeri.
Yeah, it was a nice combo of the Unleashed Pop Blossom and then also the Just RJ Aphelios Ultimate. May gets baited by the Grump. Oh, man, this feels bad, man. But, yeah, the Pop Blossom comboed with the Aphelios Ultimate did so much damage to Watercat, Guster, and Arrow. And because Arrow had a shield facing towards RJ, that meant NBK on the backside of the team fight just got to free fire and put out so much damage and was able to pick off Watercat in that fight. And you can see now Hamankarn is in the top lane looking for a potential play on the CZI again. CZI has no idea that he's up here, could be in danger.
Yeah, and Unleashed also disguised as a minion on top of that, but won't quite find the snare, so CZI is all right for now. But while we were on the topic of just RJ, importantly, finding that fight, getting that extra gold does mean that just RJ was able to complete the collector before Princess May could complete their Yuntals. So slight advantage in the bot lane to this Aphelios, and it is a really good first item. It's really effective for these more like early to mid game fights to be able to just secure these kills.
Yeah, but Hamankarn is looking towards bot lane to make a play right now, but 2 good warriors are able to spot him out, so they know that there's... Oh, sorry, it was Unleashed. I'm crazy. I fall for the minimap photo all the time when I'm casting, because it showed Vi, and I'm like, that's clearly Vi coming for a gank. But no, it was Unleashed just debating me.
I mean, I will say, Unleashed has done some pretty fun things with the Nico passive so far this game. Obviously, we saw the disguise of the minion turning the what looked like the 2v1 into a 3v1. Obviously, it didn't work, but even earlier on the roam up, selecting Hamankarn to disguise themselves as, and then sending the clone forward to try to bait out a flash from Watercat. It's definitely been expressing a lot of creativity with the use of this Nico passive so far this game that I'm actually, even though I haven't seen it hasn't been as bloody as the previous games have been so far, I've been rather satisfied with.
I mean, there was a small misplay by Unleashed part in the level 1 when he cloned into Just RJ. You can also blame Just RJ for this. He was actively holding the red gun and not the Calibrum. If you're holding the Calibrum, that is the gun you'll have to auto-attack as Nico and the clone, but since you have the Severum, Unleashed doesn't get that range to just harass down May and Arrow as, so you can blame both of them for that small little misplay.
But the snare will find its way onto Princess May, but the dash away is in time, And with Guster Posey nearby, Princess May's feeling okay.
Oh, RJ could be in trouble, though.
Yeah, the snare will drop down onto RJ. Pop Blossom comes down, slows down this advance, but the concussive blows finds its way onto RJ, and now it's going to be the slow onto the Nico, as it's going to be another 2 kills going to the side of Elysium.
Yep, you face check and Iron Braum and you don't get to play the game. Immediately, you're just unable to move forever. Princess May.
Oh, wait, NBA gets the kill onto Guster Posey off screen there, so at least there's some return to the side of TSI. And actually, we'll get a look at it here. Here we go. We're back 15 seconds. Oh, there's the fear. There's the swirling despair, and that's the kill onto Guster Posey.
Yeah, but now NBK gonna have to flash over that wall.
Yep.
Yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, he has to flash the wall here, otherwise he just dies. But yeah, I mean, nice play by the bot lane. Nice by NBK to just pick off Guster Posey when he was just walking back into the jungle. Really like that. You push the wave, smart play to just walk in and see if there's anything you can do, and is able to find a kill for himself.
Yeah, very heads up from the side of NBK. We'll get that extra gold into their inventory as the proto belt forward finds its way onto the snare, onto Watercat. Luckily did get that Seraph's Embrace upgrade just barely in time. Severing Bolt not quite going to find Watercat, so he's still all right for now, not needing to blow flash.
Oh, but that Unleash could be in trouble now, but the rest of the team is coming. Hamankar and NBK are in the area. Just RJ is also looking for a pincer move right now.
The flanking of Phalios sounds crazy, but the option for Hamankar is going on to Arrow, and not much else. Dragon has spawned a third Drake. This could be a potential soul point, a very early soul point to the side of TSI. One that we haven't seen too much moving around other than that second Drake, but nonetheless is a huge potential moment for the side of TSI if they can take this down to 1k HP now. Smite comes down. Soul point for Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, we saw Elysium not contest onto that dragon because Watercat was took 3/4 of his HP bar the second he got back to lane, so had to take that recall. So that means the side of Elysium is just not able to position for it. Guster Posey in the bot lane look for another play.
Yep, numbers advantage over to the side of Elysium. Lightning Crash is used. NBK gets a solo kill onto Watercat, but our focus is shifted still onto this bot lane. The ult from RJ gets a kill in return. Just RJ getting something out of this gank.
Yeah, but I think NBK is going to pick up the mid lane turret before the bot lane one is able to be picked up here by Arrow and Guster Posey.
So we'll be able to see the solo kill onto Watercat. Oh wait, it wasn't a solo kill because Haman Carnes there drops the cease and desist onto Watercat. Nowhere to go. And yeah, really well executed kill.
Who gets first turret is the real question here.
It does look like it's going to be NBK. Yep.
Yeah, I figured that there is no way that a Braum Iron take a turret faster than a Void Grubbed Quay. And then also the Rift Herald goes over to the side of TSI. So TSI has gotten every single neutral objective in this game. Elysium has to fight for this next dragon. They cannot give over a 22-minute dragon or 21-minute dragon soul. You know what, guys? Never do math on stream. You just saw what happened.
Sub 25-minute dragon soul. Either way, the point still stands. It'd be very early for TSI if they can find it. They're going to be the Rift Herald spawn in the top lane, which means CZI going to use the help of Arrow to be all right, but good use of the clone from Unleash to stop the Q from landing and marking Unleash with those concussive blows. And it will allow for TSI to get out unscathed.
Yeah, and we've also seen...
RJ is getting very aggressive on this ability. It's playing very far forward. Not going to be able to find too much there, but it's not over just yet. The snare goes down onto Smoke. Arrow aggressively positioning forward with the unbreakable lightning crash pop, but the flash forward from Unleash picks up both Princess May and Guster Posey, but my gosh, I'm tongue-tied in the back of this fight. TSI will try to find it. RJ does finally go down. Smoke goes now onto Watercat. TSI quadra kill for Smoke all over this fight, all over the top red side jungle. Will stop at just a quadra kill, but it's a really good fight for the side of TSI.
That is not good. You do not want a fed Darius in your game when you were playing as Zeri because your range is so short. This Darius walks up to Mei like we saw in that last fight thanks to the Ghost. You just don't get to play the game. And that was a 4v5. NBK was bot lane split pushing. He didn't even TP up from that fight, while Watercat ran all the way topside just to end up dying without getting a kill for himself. So this is going to be a rough game. We have Otacon spawning in 3 seconds. We have the next dragon in 1:50. So the focus of this game now is going to be around these next 2 bot lane objectives. Elysium needs to position correctly for these team fights. They have the tools to win them. But right now, has been TSI getting the better picks, the better team fights, and the neutral objectives.
And all the while, it does mean that TSI are now sitting up around 2.5k gold. 20.5 minutes in, as you mentioning, with this next Drake spawning in 1:20. Smoke is, I mean, he's so big now with that recall, was able to complete his second item, feeling very good on that Darius. Importantly, Otacon is up as well. So a lot of focus should be towards the bottom lane for this team, and Unleashed might be in a little bit of trouble, gets knocked by the concussive blows. Actually, no, it was actually the clone. Very good. Again, really good use from Unleashed. I was baited again by the switch over, and I even saw it. But from Unleashed, use that clone to stop these projectiles that Arrow's thrown out.
Yeah, it's really hard right now for Elysium to walk in for vision control just because there's a fed Darius there. You do not want to face check a 2-item 5-in-1 Darius. I can tell you for a fact. But now Arrow is actually looking to go in right now. The Q from Hum and Card doesn't connect at like 0.01 range. But now at least
Hui will have the Spiraling Despair. Princess Mei is isolated, and the cease of desist goes down onto Princess Mei. Just RJ gets that kill, and now the Rocky Belt forward from Unleashed onto Guster Posey, finds the kill, and now Smoke presses forward. It's going to be Elysium in full retreat. TSI won't get much else in terms of kills, but that is Soul Point on the board for them with the dragon now spawning. It is nearly impossible for Elysium to contest this Ocean Soul.
Yeah, that Hui pullback ability. I don't know the name of all of Hui's abilities. I think it's like Grasping Maw. I feel like I could be completely wrong. Hitting onto Mei was the key factor in that fight because then immediately Haman is able to follow up on it with the cease and desist. Mei doesn't get to play the game. Arrow even flashed to try to save her, but gets knocked back by the Vi. So immediately the Zeri, the carry of this team composition from Elysium is just deleted off the map. And then you saw how it went down. Immediately, I think either CZI or Guster died very quickly after that. So it just made it even more difficult for the side of Elysium to contest for anything. So now that is the Ocean Soul claimed by 22.5 minutes for the side of Elysium. Otacon in hand. They're going to be looking to just take any objective fight that they want to, and the next one is going to be that Baron in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal situation for Elysium. TSI definitely playing a lot better so far here in Game 3. With you mentioned the Soul and the Otacon on top of each other, but all things considered, they still don't have the most monumental gold lead. It's not an impossible task for the side of Elysium, but it is definitely a lot harder at this point. As you mentioned, Baron spawning in just over a minute at this point, and hold on, Guster Posey, maybe in trouble from Just RJ. No, he's fine.
Yeah, and the one who could be in trouble is Mei if she steps too far up. Haman does have that ultimate to their access, and they have it warded out, so they know they're on the side.
No, and Arrow's taking a huge chunk of damage. Arrow's almost immediately deleted, but the Locket will keep it alive. But the flank from Unleashed picks up 4, but there's no real follow-up. And actually, the counter from the side of Elysium is big. Smoke has arrived. Importantly, the Noxian Guillotine drops again onto Princess May as RJ gets the damage for the kill in the end. And even though it was a good start to the fight for the side of Elysium, Smoke arrives and brings his namesake, putting TSI even further in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke was having a rough early game in that range versus melee matchup, but one team fight, one quadra kill turned this game around for this Darius. This is now a fed Darius's dream where he can just show up to a team fight and clean up everything, and that is what Smoke has been doing this entire game now. I mean, it was nice by the side of Elysium. They were able to get Haman Karn out of the fight, Unleashed out of the fight very quickly, even after the ultimates came out, but NBK, RJ, and Smoke do so much damage that it was just the end of the fight for the side of Elysium once CZI and Princess May were gone from the Rift. Even once Arrow was gone, it becomes so hard to try to peel this Darius.
Yeah, and there's aren't too many options to slow down Darius on the side of Elysium. If he runs forward, he picks that Ghost. Talk about it. Drop the Noxian Guillotine onto Princess May. And now we take a look up at the gold once again. It is now almost 6K to the side of TSI. Let's make them feel really healthy as Barons has just got onto the map.
Yeah, it's gonna be... I keep saying this, I keep sounding like a broken record, but it's starting to get rough for Elysium just because of how the side of TSI has been playing this game number 3, with Haman Karn and Unleashed being this two-man unit just looking to pick off May anytime she tries to step up for these team fights. They've been doing their best with Arrow and Guster trying to peel, but it just hasn't been enough at this point yet. They need CZI to get a nice flank. He needs to stop trying to walk in from the front because that is the issue. If Kennen is walking in from the front, you're just going to get feared by NBK. You're going to get rooted by Unleashed, and then you just don't really get to do anything. And Arrow's hooked in.
Will pull Arrow, but will be able to jump back. Wouldn't be snared up, but the Unbreakable was up in time, so it didn't move forward past Arrow. And we're not going to see much else from now, but we're in a very sensitive moment, especially with Baron on the map. Both these teams, even though TSI have the distinct advantage, it could all turn on its head very quickly if they give away any sort of kills around this Baron.
Yeah, so the Baron is the site for the side of TSI. Guster throws out the Q just to get vision on it to make sure they're not taking it right now. But we, as gods who have omnipotent vision, know that TSI isn't, because Haman Karn is on the bot side taking a red buff.
Yeah, yes, but also at the same time, there's also a lot of members in and around this to ensure that it can't be snuck away, and that Elysium have to pay the respect to it, and that they're still focusing up and around this top side of the map. Doesn't allow them to move away from this this top red side quadrant, as like all members of the side of Elysium are in, and the option is now from the side of TSI to start up the Baron.
Yeah, and it goes down fast.
30K. It's going down very quickly. It's not going to be stolen. Guster Posey attempts the best to flash over the wall, but will be quickly picked up in tow.
Yeah, just RJ on red-white. That means that Baron goes down so quickly. Guster, I like what you did. I understand why you're doing that. You're trying to get that smite steal again and have it be the potential comeback for the team, but now you're down for 20 seconds, and the Elder Dragon spawns right after you get up. So it's going to be hard for Elysium to walk in and get vision control and be able to contest for this Elder Dragon. And I think if TSI gets Elder with Baron, it might just be almost close to game over at that point.
As you mentioned, Elder is going to be on the map now. Guster Posey has just respawned, but also it's a lot harder to steal the Drake from red side. There's so much more that you have to run into. You have to get across the river as well, and with how fast this Elder Drake goes down, it's not even going to be attempted to be contested by the side of Elysium, as TSI are fully in control of game 3.
Yeah, for ways for Elysium to get back into this game, you just need, like I said, you need to have CZI come on a flank, get onto RJ and NBK, and then you need to have the rest of the team with Water, Princess, Arrow, and Guster play front to back and try to like have it be a two front sided fight where May gets a free fire from the front side and CZI is causing chaos on the backside. But with the way TSI has been playing, they're not even letting that be an option for the side of Elysium, so it becomes even more difficult. What TSI is going to do is they're just going to keep sieging up like this, use the advantage that they do have with the double Uber buffs and the Otacon in tow to just make it hard for Elysium to find a solid engage without losing almost their entire HP bar.
Yeah, I mean, look how hard it is for the side of Elysium to step up. They cannot move forward at all. And actually now Hamankarn going to jump forward to try to end it. The pull finds too. Importantly, it drops down onto this Braum, but CZI moves in with a slicing maelstrom. This just might be the fight that Elysium need. Smoke's still alive though. He's healing up. The pull onto Guster Posey. Gets the kill. Won't quite find the Pinta, but everybody dies on the side of Elysium. They do really well to get 4 members of TSI, but it won't matter as NBK is left alive, and that's going to be game, set, and match to Team Solo Invade.
Yeah, it was almost perfect there in the end. Maybe if TSI doesn't have the Elder, the side of Elysium wins that team fight and starts to mount the comeback. But NBK, the only man alive, Arrow tries to defend, but there's nothing you can do. The cannons take it, and TSI win 2-1 over the reigning champions in Elysium.
I mean, it's very well played by the side of TSI. Generally, all around. A few of these pop blossoms from Unleashed were also pretty big, even though if they didn't necessarily find everybody, but generally from the side of Team Solo Invaders, very comprehensive performance. They said, TSI said, no more shenanigans, no more roller coasters, no more heartbreaks and twists and turns, and just bring out a very straightforward Game 3 performance.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out to Smoke on that Darius. Once he got that one kill, he was basically unstoppable for the rest of the game. And it made it just so hard for Elysium's comp to do anything just because they are so short range with Kennen, with Zeri. Like, yes, they have range, but it's not enough when Darius has Deadman's and Stridebreaker and he can just stick on top of you and basically delete your health bar in one spell rotation. So Smoke really, got through the rough part of the lane and then was able to just be a dominant force for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that quadra kill is really the highlight moment that you look at and go, all right, that was it. But I mean, even though Smoke, quadra kills are really nice and they're big and flashy, really the rest side, I mean, HBK also just a bit quietly, considering how the rest of the team went, and quietly, I mean, Unleashed had a few moments at RJ as well. Maybe loud wasn't perhaps the best way to go about it, but NBK didn't say his name too much around that fight, but still put in a really comfortable and thorough performance on this way.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't go down at all in that game. Is the sole survivor of the last team fight, and then just kind of gets to paint the turret down and then ends up being the reason why the team wins. I think both sides in the first 2 games looked really good. There were moments in this third game for Elysium where they were looking solid, but TSI just ended up being the better team in game number 3. I can't say as much in game number 2. They barely were able to win that one, but definitely were the better team in game number 3 and were very much deserving to win here today, or tonight now.
Boy, at this point, we're getting later on into the day, and what a way to close things out here for a very busy day of Blue Otter Premier League. And so we are going to close it out and say thank you for tuning in. I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Chong Solmo, and Shivam has been working things behind the scenes. And so we'd like to thank everybody also at Blue Otter League for putting this together, and have a good night.